Good evening. I will call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5:03 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson?
Present.
Councilmember Kaji is absent at this time. Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Lewis?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh is absent at this time. Mayor Chen?
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 13B, real property, conference with real property negotiator. And 13C, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54956.8, 54957.6. Will return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We will now reconvene our city council meeting. It's 6:53 p.m. City Clerk, may I have another roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shake,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. Let's see. Councilman Gerson, you clicked in?
Yes, I just wanted to let the public know that I had to recuse myself from 2 matters of litigation that were related to TUSD. I think I was in the hallway for 50 minutes? Almost an hour? So, thank you.
Thank you. I want to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, as well as those watching remotely. We have been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report out?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Kaji, I'm going to ask you to do the adjournment for tonight's meeting, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Find it. Oh, okay. I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in recognition of an individual whose legacy has reached far beyond the screen, the stage, and the martial arts arena, yet whose roots remain connected to our own community here in Torrance. Carlos Ray Chuck Norris, a proud alumnus of North Torrance High School, was an internationally recognized martial artist, actor, author, and veteran whose life story reflects discipline, resilience, and service. Following his graduation from North High in 1958, he enlisted in the United States Air Force, where he began studying martial arts while stationed in Korea. After returning home, Mr. Norris brought that discipline and vision back to Torrance, teaching lessons in his mother's backyard before opening his first karate studio in 1962. From that first location in Torrance, he went on to build a network of 6 karate schools across the South Bay and surrounding communities, helping to grow the popularity of martial arts throughout the region. He went on to become a multiple-time world karate champion, holding titles for 6 consecutive years, and later founded his own martial arts system, Chun Kuk Do, which is called the Chuck Norris System, a Korean-based American hardstyle karate focused on self-defense, competition, grappling, and weapons, emphasizing a well-rounded approach to martial arts, influencing generations of practitioners worldwide. He achieved global recognition through his film career, including his memorable role alongside Bruce Lee in The Way of the Dragon, and as a star of numerous action films such as Missing in Action, The Delta Force. He also became a household name through his long-running television program, Walker, Texas Ranger. Remember that? Beyond entertainment, Mr. Norris dedicated significant efforts to philanthropy, including founding Kickstart Kids, a program that uses martial arts to build character and discipline in young people. His connection to Torrance in classrooms, neighborhoods, and small businesses serves as a powerful reminder that extraordinary impact can begin at a local level, shaped by dedication, discipline, and hard work. Chuck Norris's life stands as a powerful testament to perseverance, service, and leadership. His legacy continues to inspire generations both here in Torrance and across the world. The city of Torrance extends its heartfelt sympathies to the Norris family and to all whose lives were touched by his remarkable journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 2, flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there's anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, will you please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you? Please remain standing and all arise. Thank you. Councilman Lewis will introduce our next guest.
If we can have the Boy Scout Troop 378 please approach the podium tonight, they will lead us in the flag salute to honor our nation and our country.
All those who are in uniform, please salute. All those who are not, please place your right hand over your heart. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Two. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis will lead us in the invocation now.
Dear Lord, as we pray for those who are out defending our country and protecting us, we ask for your wisdom and your guidance and for their safety and their safe returns back to their homes and their families. Lord, we also ask you that you provide us with guidance, discernment, and wisdom tonight as we bring about the business of the city. In your name, we ask for your guidance, love, and comfort. Amen.
Thank you all. Thank you for Boy Scout Troop 378. Let's see. Moving on to item 3, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honor Chaparrian City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 8B from Transit, to approve amendment to Measure R Transit Investment Funding Agreements. And item 9A, Planning Commission and Community Development, to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution to uphold appeal and for the approval of a minor hillside exemption MHE 24-00037 to allow an as-built rear yard deck on property located within the hillside overlay in the single-family residential district R1 zone at 5608 White Court, and determine a categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and for item 11A for Public Housing Agency. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
I will second.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Earlier today, the city of Torrance proudly celebrated the unveiling of Samurai of the Diamond, a striking new mural created by internationally recognized Los Angeles muralist Robert Vargas at the Doubletree by Hilton, Torrance, South Bay. The mural pays tribute to Japanese-born Los Angeles Dodgers stars Shohei Ohtani, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, and Roki Sasaki, and celebrates the powerful connection between baseball, Japanese culture, and the Torrance community. The artwork also highlights Torrance's strong ties to Japan and reflects our city's vibrant Japanese and Japanese-American heritage, as well as our long-standing relationships with our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan, and friendship cities, Oshu and Bizen. Remarkably, Mr. Vargas completed this monumental mural in just 24 days, working on-site every day and painting the entire piece freehand, a testament to his extraordinary talent, dedication, and passion for his craft. During the unveiling ceremony this afternoon, the city of Torrance presented Robert Vargas with a proclamation and a key to the city and proudly recognized him as an honorary Torrance Cultural Ambassador in appreciation for his artistic contribution and his role in promoting cultural appreciation and international friendship through public art. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to the Doubletree by Hilton, Torrance, South Bay, and their owner, Andre Koo, and Discover Torrance for their collaboration in helping bring this incredible project to our city. We invite residents, Dodger fans, and visitors to come and see the mural themselves. If you do, please park safely, take a moment to walk up and enjoy the artwork, and feel free to take photos. This mural was created for the community, and we hope it becomes a place where people can gather, celebrate, and appreciate the arts here in Torrance. I think the next one's mine as well. I think a few of us were in Washington, D.C., and we just got back. And I'm proud to share a recap of our recent federal legislative advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. last week. I was joined by council members John Kaji and Assam Sheikh, along with several members of our dedicated city staff. Our mission was clear: to advocate for the city of Torrance at the highest levels of government. This trip coincided with the National League of Cities Conference, providing a powerful backdrop for our efforts to secure resources and partnerships of our community, which our community deserves. The primary focus of our trip was meeting with our congressional delegation to ensure our local needs are recognized at the federal level. We had highly productive discussions with U.S. Representatives Ted Lieu and Maxine Waters, as well as U.S. Senators Adam Schiff and Alex Padilla. During these meetings, we advanced 4 key city priority projects for consideration for federal appropriation funding. I am pleased to report that we received a very positive outlook, with our legislators expressing a strong interest in supporting our funding efforts and recognizing Torrance as a hub for innovation and economic stability in the South Bay region. In addition to our work on Capitol Hill, we expanded our reach through international and state-level diplomacy. We met with embassy offices of Spain, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore. These meetings were vital for strengthening our international relationships, promoting foreign direct investment, and highlighting Torrance as a premier, welcoming destination for global business relocation. Furthermore, the council committee members and assistant city managers, Danny Santana, participate in the California Roundtable, hosted by state senators, which served as a critical forum for discussing current events and ensuring Torrance has a seat at the table when discussing policies that impact California and are being shaped in our nation's capital. An undertaking of this magnitude requires months of preparation and seamless execution. I want to personally thank our city staff for their hard work and tireless coordination, specifically Assistant City Manager Danny Santana, Management Associate Carlos Huizar, Public Engagement Manager Jin Chung, Staff Assistant Irene O'Neill, Management Aide Samantha Maldonado, and System Analyst Sunny Lai. I also want to extend a special thank you to Jim Crum and Maggie McGrain with Van Scoyac Associates, based in D.C. Their expertise was instrumental in navigating the complexities of our federal landscape, ensuring our city's voice was heard. Together, we're making sure that Torrance remains safe, smart, and globally connected. Councilman Gerson.
Thank you, Mayor. I recently became aware of a concept raised by a local resident with regard to a potential improvement at Hickory Park. The idea would be to convert the current underutilized sand volleyball area into a small futsal court. And community services also sees the opportunity to turn it into a multi-use court that could also include a half basketball court overlay. But before considering any direction on the concept, I'd like to better understand the feasibility and potential costs. I'd like to request that staff take a look at the idea and provide an estimate of the design and construction costs of these 2 ideas, and report back to the council at a future meeting. Can I ask for concurrence?
Okay. I see 4. Councilman Shake? Okay, that's a 7-0. Got concurrence. City Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for city commissions and the SST committee. Commission and SST committee appointments will take place at the City Council meeting on Tuesday, June 23rd. The application deadline is Thursday, May 28th by 5 p.m. Applications are being accepted at the City Clerk's counter via U.S. mail or email to cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Postmarks are not accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed City Commissioner certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment. Commissioners applying for reappointment must also be current on Ethics AB 1234 and non-supervisory harassment prevention training. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/government/commissions or call the Office of the City Clerk at 310-618-2870. On June 2nd, 2026, the city has a general municipal election. Several community groups are hosting candidate forums for the upcoming election. Attendance is free for all forums. Some forums are limited to the residents of that area, so please check the schedule online. This Thursday, March 26th at 8:30 a.m., the Chamber of Commerce will host a candidate forum for candidates running in Council Districts 1, 3, and 5 at the Horizon Room at the Doubletree Hotel. Again, admission is free and open to all residents. Also on Thursday, March 26th at 7 p.m., the North Torrance Neighborhood Association will host a candidate forum for mayor and city treasurer candidates at the North Torrance High School Library. On Wednesday, April 1st at 8:30 a.m., the Chamber of Commerce will host a mayor and city treasurer candidate forum in the Katie Geisert Library Meeting Room. On Monday, April 6th at 7 p.m., the Riviera and Seaside Associations will host a candidate forum for mayor, city treasurer, and District 5 council candidates at the South High Auditorium. For a list of all the candidate forums, visit torranceca.gov/elections or call the Office of the City Clerk at 310-618-2870. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Moving on to community matters. Since 1973, the City of Torrance has enjoyed a tremendous relationship with our sister city, Kashiwa, Japan. One goal of the Sister City program is to provide citizens in both countries an opportunity to discover each other's similarities and differences. In addition to promoting international friendship, the Torrance Sister City Association continues to help realize this goal by providing activities that foster understanding and respect for cultural diversity. Among the activities is the Cultural Student Exchange, which was introduced in 1974. This exceptional program affords students in Torrance the opportunity to travel to Kashiwa, Japan for 3 weeks each summer to learn firsthand about the culture and customs in Japan. Subsequently, Kashiwa students visit Torrance to learn about life here in the United States. It is now my pleasure to invite the Torrance Sister City Association President, Brad Reynolds, to share more about the exchange program and then introduce the association's adult leader, who in turn will introduce this year's exchange student. Brad?
Thank you, Mayor. This marks my first year as president of the Torrance Sister City Association, and I've been involved with the organization for 2 years. And in that time, I've seen amazing things. And I started back when my son was chosen as delegate 2 years ago in 2024. In these 2 years, I've seen amazing things and have been just blown away by what we see when we send people to Kashiwa and what we see when they come back. I strongly believe in the mission of our association, and this is the reason why I accepted the role of president of the board. It's been a very eye-opening and rewarding experience for me this year. I would also like to extend my gratitude to your honorable body for all the unwavering support that you offer to the Torrance Sister City Association. We couldn't do it without you. for allowing us to be here tonight and to present this year's high school delegates who will be traveling to our sister city, Kashiwa, from July 7th to July 28th this year. And equally as important, in August, they will be hosting a delegation of students from Kashiwa here in Torrance for 3 weeks as well. Now I'd like to introduce this year's adult leader, Tanya Welsh.
Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. Thank you so much for taking time to welcome the 2026 Torrance Sister City Association delegation. It's a fantastic group, and I know that we will make you very proud. We are honored to represent the City of Torrance in Kashiwa and also in hosting the students when they visit us in August. I would now like to introduce to you, or let them introduce themselves, the delegation this year, starting with James. Come on up. They'll be telling you a little bit about what they're looking forward to during this exchange.
Good evening. My name is James Lynn. I'm a senior at Bishop Montgomery High School. One thing I'm looking forward to when I go to Kashiwa, Japan, is the culture I can experience. It's so much more different from what we experience here in America, and I want to compare what Japan and America have in similarities and differences. I'm also interested in the food, as well as being grateful for being in another country in general. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Jackson Kamimura. I am in 11th grade and I attend West High School. One thing that I'm super excited about when I go to Japan is learning more about everyday Japanese life. I'm super interested in learning more about just daily family chores and how teenagers in Japan interact with each other, and really comparing it to like my teenage experience here in Torrance and in America as a whole. I'm also, again, as James said, super excited to broaden my horizons on Japanese food and try some traditional Japanese and even Kashiwa food. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elaine Tsuyoshi. I am a junior at North Torrance High School. One of the things that I am looking forward to is seeing how the Japanese people celebrate tradition and culture through festivals and ceremonies. I'm also very excited to practice my Japanese skills. I've taken Japanese at North Torrance High School, so I'm excited to put it to actual use and conversate with the Japanese people. And I'm also very excited to see the architecture, because Japan has really good architecture and very beautiful temples. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Julia Valeri, and I'm a 10th grader at Torrance High. I'm most excited to go to all the different schools in Japan because we go to elementaries and even colleges. And I'm excited to interact with people of different age ranges and just see how their daily life is compared to ours. And of course, like my delegates mentioned, I'm very excited for the food and to challenge myself to try new things and get out of my comfort zone. Thank you so much.
Good evening, my name is Allison Gill, and I'm a sophomore at South High School. The thing I'm most excited about trying is experiencing different communal dynamics and experiencing, as my delegate said, culinary excellence. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sophia Reyes Castro. I'm a sophomore at South High School, and something I'm looking forward to in this Kashiwa trip is learning how Japan uses discipline and teamwork in their daily lives to interact with each other, as well as seeing their technology in Japan as to see how much it's grown, as well as everybody has said the traditional food as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lillian Reynolds. I'm currently a sophomore at Bishop Montgomery High School. A couple things I'm excited for is the architecture in Japan, especially the modern versus the old architecture. I'm also really excited for the relationships I'm going to grow with everyone, with my delegates, the Japanese delegates, my host family, and everyone I'm going to meet along the way. And as everyone has said so far, I'm really excited to try the traditional food in Japan. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Melina Ablett. I am a junior in Torrance High School. One thing that I'm really looking forward to is to, like everyone has said, try the food because I love Japanese food. And I'm also looking forward to forming strong relationships and meeting lots of different people from Japan. Thank you.
Okay, I think this is, sorry, I was trying to get our next item. You know, I would say congratulations to all the students. Would you all come up so that we could take a group photo, right square in the front? I think, should we come down? Are you guys ready to come down? All right, City Council, let's join them. We'll let our photographer line you guys up.
Should we step forward?
No, I think they're gonna stand right back.
Oh, okay.
Did you want to be in the middle?
Okay, where do you want me to go? Okay.
You should go to the second side. This has to be in a straight line. Try to be shoulder to shoulder, like straight line. Mayor, can you move slightly a little to your left so you don't block the sign in the back?
Everybody take 2 steps to the left.
Council members, can I have you guys shoulder to shoulder in the straight line?
Wait,
Yeah,
shoulder
because
to
otherwise the
shoulder.
camera's gonna warp you a little.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Just like that. Everyone, look over here. Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. And then video.
You guys ready? Everyone look at the camera here. I'm gonna have everyone say Kashiwa.
Okay.
All right, ready? All right. 3, 2.
Kashiwa!
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do we go sit down? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The same advice that I was given before I went. Say yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, students, and have a great summer. I think summertime, they're gonna enjoy a little bit of heat in Japan, my guess is. Let's see, Cherry Blossom Festival. Monica? I'm delighted to share that Torrance Community Service Department has had 2 exciting events back-to-back this coming weekend. To tell us more about them, I'd like to welcome Monica Hart from our Torrance Cultural Service Division to the podium.
Thank you for that, everybody. Good evening, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. Monica Hart with Community Services. The Torrance Art Museum has a special exhibition. They're opening March 28th, this Saturday, at 6 p.m. with Ralph Steadman and Another Thing. This exhibition is the first solo show in Gallery 1 in 17 years, illustrating the importance of Ralph Steadman's work. He is renowned for his political caricatures, satirical cartoons, ink splatter, and the film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. The Torrance Art Museum is located at 3320 Civic Center Drive, and this exhibition runs through May 9th. And I talked about 6C before 6B because it's Saturday night, and the very next morning, Sunday morning, March 29th, 2026, Torrance celebrates the Cherry Blossom Cultural Festival. The festival runs from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Columbia Park, 4045, 190th Street in Torrance. This year's festival will have 14 food trucks, 62 craft vendors, 8 performances, and numerous city and community booths. We are excited to add a martial arts and wellness demonstration area at the Columbia Park's amphitheater. There is free parking at the City Yard, 20420 Madrona Avenue, with free shuttles courtesy of Supervisor Janice Hahn. The city is honored to partner with the Torrance Craftsmen's Guild, Soka Gakkai International, and the North Torrance Neighborhood Association. And we are so thrilled to bring this to the City of Torrance community, and we hope you will join us there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Monica. Moving on to item 6D. Thank you, Councilman Kaji, for bringing this National Day of Recognition to my attention as we commemorate National Medal of Honor Day on March 25th, 2026. I would like to ask my colleagues to join me in reading the proclamation. Following that, I invite Diane Tanoe, niece of Torrance's beloved Medal of Honor recipient Ted Tanoe, to come forward to the podium to receive the proclamation in honor of her uncle. I'm going to start from my right-hand side, and Councilman Gerson, please start.
Whereas the Medal of Honor is the United States' highest military decoration awarded to members of the armed forces who have distinguished themselves by acts of valor above and beyond the call of duty, and
whereas National Medal of Honor Day is observed annually on March 25th to recognize and honor the extraordinary courage, sacrifice, and patriotism of Medal of Honor recipients, and
whereas these brave individuals exemplify the highest ideas of service, integrity, and selflessness, ensuring generations of Americans to uphold the values upon which our nation was founded, and
whereas the City of Torrance holds a special place in this legacy through Technical Sergeant Ted Tanawe, a Torrance native and distinguished member of the United States Army who served with the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, the renowned Go for Broke unit composed of Japanese American soldiers, and
whereas the 442nd Regimental Combat Team became one of the most decorated units in United States military history, overcoming prejudice at home while demonstrating extraordinary courage and loyalty abroad. Technical Sergeant Ted Tanawe displayed extraordinary heroism during World War II in Italy in July 1944, where he repeatedly risked his life to eliminate enemy positions and protect his fellow soldiers, ultimately making the ultimate sacrifice and later being awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously. And
whereas his legacy stands as a powerful reminder of the bravery and dedication of all who serve, and as a source of pride and inspiration for the residents of Torrance, and is fitting that we, as a community, pause to honor not only Technical Sergeant Ted Tanawe, but all Medal of Honor recipients for their extraordinary contributions to our nation.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim March 25th, 2026 National Medal of Honor Day in the City of Torrance, and encourages all residents to reflect upon the honor, the courage, sacrifice, and enduring legacy of Medal of Honor recipients. Signed this 24th day of March 2026. Diane, I'll see you at the podium.
Thank you, George Chen, George Chen, and council members for allowing, with deep appreciation and honor, to receive and to represent the Tonaway family as a third generation, and to receive this proclamation as the sole recipient from the city of Torrance, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
I'm gonna ask my colleagues, would you mind coming down one more time? And we'll take the photo together. Maybe this time Sal will be in the front. I assume we do this in the front. Whoops. Don't get cut. Yeah. I'll put it around. So we say go for broke? You get to keep this.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 2 minutes per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, you can call out any of those who's already pre-registered.
Thank you, Your Honor. Betty Lou.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Chen and council members. My name is Betty Liu, and I've lived in the Riviera for over 25 years. We all have been told what we cannot do with the hillside overlay ordinance. I want to talk about what we can do with the hillside ordinance. As a former Deputy Attorney General at the California Department of Justice, I find that under the current law, cities can still establish objective development standards, such as height limits. I urge the City Council to update the hillside overlay ordinance so that it has lower height limits, upper story setbacks, and step-down requirements. You have the authority to act now to set these objective standards, and I urge the Council to do so. In addition to updating the hillside overlay ordinance, we also need you to enforce the ordinance. I believe aspects of the state ADU law are illegal takings by Sacramento under our constitutional rights without compensating adequately. The state is taking away the property rights of homeowners to view, light, air, and privacy in order to meet its statewide housing goals. That is wrong, and that is unconstitutional. I urge the Council to update the hillside overlay ordinance with objective standards and call upon the Council to enforce the hillside overlay. If these cases come before a judge, I believe that we will win. I ask you to please fight. Thank you.
Joseph Buck.
In the present circumstance, the Torrance Municipal Code, as has been modified, is strongly encouraging the runaway development in Hillside. It is destroying it rapidly. Unfortunately, when permits have been issued, it's a done deal and cannot be taken back. I ask in the choice, which I presented a couple of times, in summary form, that the city take a step to put things on hold, at least long enough to give the Planning Commission time to hold proper hearings to consider what the alternatives are that they can consider, and Torrance can consider, that can preserve, at least for another number of years, the special, unique character of the hillside. If they don't put a hold on things, it's done. You let go the opportunity to make these, to consider and give careful consideration to what choices should be you can make that will meet and address the various needs of the city, the residents, and the state. Thank you.
Jennifer Adams.
I think she called out Jennifer.
May we speak out of order of people?
I'm Jennifer. There's a group of neighbors. We've put something together and we kind of have our speaking points. So are we able to go in the order that?
You're going in the order that she's calling you right now.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay.
As the mayor said, as soon as you step to the microphone, we start the clock.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jennifer Adams from 130 Villa Los Miradores in Redondo Beach, 90277. When people buy homes in the hillside overlay area, they do so with a clear understanding. There are rules intended to protect views, neighborhood character, and property values. Those protections are part of why these neighborhoods exist the way they do today. Residents have invested millions of dollars into homes here based on those expectations. But today, it's clear the ordinance is no longer functioning the way it should, and it has not been updated to reflect current development realities. At a previous Planning Commission meeting, we presented a letter to the Commission where over 130 of our neighbors expressed concern about the state of the current hillside overlay ordinance and associated building approvals. So at the end of this meeting, we are asking for two things. First, that the city begin actively evaluating options to update to the hillside overlay ordinance with more objective criteria to better protect residents. Second, we are asking for a formal community meeting with council and staff so residents can engage in a real discussion on this issue. Our experience so far has been a planning department that is unwilling to truly listen or address our concerns in any meaningful way. We need a real sit-down discussion where we can actually engage with the officials who represent us and make decisions about our livelihood. Thank you.
Diane Morcillo.
Hello. My name is Diane Morcillo. I live at 126 Calle Cabrillo, Redondo Beach, 90277. To be clear about why we are here, the hillside overlay ordinance is being bypassed. Right now, projects are being labeled as ADUs to avoid the very protections, like view and character reviews, that this council is supposed to uphold. These projects are not creating more housing. We also want to make it clearly understood that we are not asking the city to target or stop all ADUs. We know that state law limits what the city can control. Our point is much broader. The hillside overlay itself does not have strong enough objective standards. We know that any update to the overlay must apply to all construction to be legally sound at the state level. That is exactly what we are asking for. This is about strengthening the hillside overlay ordinance so it works for all buildings, including additions, remodels, and accessory structures, and continues to protect our neighborhood. That is exactly our point. Thank you.
I would suggest that the next person that the clerk comes up, to come up swiftly, and the oral communication is number 1, ends at 8:01. Just want to let you know.
Do you want me to call out three names?
Yeah, call
at
out
one
like
time?
3 names so they got them in the queue.
Michael W., Brian U., Patty L.
Okay, sir, if she called your name, go ahead and step up to the microphone and speak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Michael Walkvogel from 126 Calle Cabrillo. You'll notice a large number of residents here tonight from the hillside overlay area. We're here because we care deeply about our homes, our community, and the character that defines this neighborhood. A major part of what makes our community so unique and what makes owning a home here so rewarding is having that little slice of a view. These views aren't just scenery. They are a primary driver of our property values and a huge part of the daily enjoyment of our homes. We are here to ensure the character of this quiet, lovely area is protected for everyone. For some of us, the current lack of protection from the hillside overlay ordinance became very real recently with a project involving a second-story addition labeled as an ADU. For neighbors uphill like myself, that structure would completely block views that have existed for decades. I've lived in my home, raised my children there, and have had that view since 1991. And now, with one inappropriate project, that view, a significant part of my investment and much happiness in my life provided by that view, could be taken away. Situations like this have made one thing very clear. The protections that we believed existed under the hillside overlay ordinance are no longer functioning as intended. It needs to be modernized and updated to protect homeowners' investments and quality of life. Tonight, we're here to say we need the city to address this issue. Some of my neighbors have spoken before me and will speak after me to explain our position and what we are asking you to do.
Hello, my name is Brian Urquhart. I live at 217 Calle de Madrid. We've repeatedly heard that city staff say our hands are tied when it comes to protecting our investments, but that's not fully accurate. We understand that state law supersedes conflicting local ordinances. However, under California Government Code Section 66310 through 66342, which govern ADUs, cities are still allowed to apply objective development standards like height, setbacks, and various aesthetics as long as they don't preclude the construction of an ADU. Torrance has the ability to protect our properties through objective standards in the hillside overlay within the bounds of state law, and we ask that you make an effort to do so. For example, the Torrance Municipal Code contains language that deserves immediate attention. Under California Government Code Section 66321, the state explicitly allows the city to limit attached ADUs to 25 feet or the height limit of the local zone, whichever is lower. However, Torrance Municipal Code Section 92.2.10 omits this whichever is lower allowance. By failing to mirror state-provided protection, our local code has effectively ceded to the very safeguards that California law intended for municipalities to keep. We're asking for a correction that ensures Torrance uses every protection available under state law rather than allowing our local standards to be less restrictive than the state itself requires. So to say our hands are tied is not accurate. We could at least mirror state law. Clarity regarding the law is a legal necessity for everyone involved. In recent Planning Commission meetings, we've observed staff struggle to articulate the complexities of state ADU mandates. At times, questions by the Commission were conflated and regulations were misstated in a manner that was unintentionally but fundamentally misleading to the Commission. This technical breakdown does not inspire confidence in our plan review process. And most concerning was the Commissioner's own admission that past projects in the hillside overlay may have been approved based on incomplete or incorrect information. This vulnerability is alarming, and we're not looking to assign blame here, but we want the council to ensure that our local process is precise, and further, that we do not see more local control that is absolutely necessary by state law. Thank you.
Please state the next three names after her.
It would be Debbie Fend, John Stable, and Catherine Dunnican.
Good evening. My name is Patty Lagrilius, and I live at 171 Villa Los Miradores. Other cities have navigated this similar hillside overlay situation while complying with current state law, and they have done so by relying on strong, objective development standards. There are other cities that have long maintained objective zoning and hillside standards that apply to all constructions, not just ADUs, while Torrance has never had a strong objective standards in our hillside ordinance. Other cities' strong objective development standards do not target ADUs specifically. They rely on broader rules that shape how buildings are designed and placed in sensitive hillside areas. Torrance can take that same approach. We also understand the city is concerned about housing element decertification, but recent examples brought up by city staff on why they have to be careful, like the Redondo Beach decertification example, involve entirely different issues, not objective development standards like we are discussing here. So while we understand the concern, it should not be used as a reason to avoid evaluating options that are allowed under state law. The city staff have even noted that they can call their contacts at the state to run ideas by them to get feedback before proposing them formally. So why hasn't more investigation been done by city staff? And if that investigation is happening, what exactly have they investigated? It seems like there has not been a meaningful effort on this topic by the city. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Gearing Fend, and I reside at 127 Villa Los Miradores. We know there are real workable solutions available to help protect hillside properties. Other hillside and coastal communities use objective standards like upper story setbacks, geometric step-down requirements so property heights go downhill, greater building envelope control, placement standards, new construction height limits for all new construction, detached structure height limits, which Torrance did not recently update and could be further evaluated. We are not necessarily promoting any of these standards, but they are examples for the city to consider. These approaches don't stop development. They shape it in a way that reduces impact. They apply to all construction and can still work within the state ADU law. That is exactly what we're asking for you to evaluate. Thank you.
I'm John Sable. I reside at 341 Paseo Gracia. We have heard from the city that residents should bring forward ideas. And while we are willing and we want to be part of the conversation, let's be clear, it is not the residents' job to solve this. It's the city's job. It's your job. Some of us have full-time jobs. We pay some of the highest taxes in the city. We follow the rules. Some of us, it is the city's job to evaluate issues like this and bring forward viable solutions for us, the residents. We should not keep hearing that we, the residents, need to do more while the city delays action. We also want to point out that the Planning Commission has already raised concerns about the hillside overlay and the ADU loophole to the City Council and has asked this to be evaluated. We need you to do this soon. The City Council responded to the Commission by saying the city staff would hold a hillside overlay workshop. That workshop happened. Many of us were there, but what we received was a very brief summary of the existing ordinance, not a meaningful evaluation of options or solution. It was an embarrassment and a lack of effort and accountability on the city's part. We understand the current ordinance, we are educated, and we are asking all of you to get involved and give us some action, give us a solution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kat Urquhart Deniken from 169 Via Monte d'Oro. A bit about me first. I'm a third-generation Torrance resident with grandparents who are very involved in the city. And I have chosen to invest back in the city as I've recently purchased a home in the Riviera where I grew up. And I don't want to regret that. In total, my family members own 5 primary residence homes in Torrance, 4 in the hillside overlay. So to add to what my neighbors have said, we also want to address something that has been happening in prior planning commission meetings. When residents raise concerns about the hillside overlay ordinance, we have heard city staff responses that shift the conversation to ADU law, saying things like, the city cannot apply new ADU regulations to just the hillside overlay area. That is not what we are asking. When it comes to the hillside overlay ordinance, we are not asking you to add language specifically about ADUs. We are asking you to evaluate and update the hillside overlay ordinance with more objective standards, which would apply to all construction to protect against the devaluation of properties. We know that those are 2 different things. We have mentioned these ordinances tonight, but we have noticed that the city staff are often conflating them when presenting information to the commission and council. And when those are conflated, it creates confusion for residents, for the commission, and for the council. And it makes it much harder to address these issues clearly. So we are asking going forward that city staff and council are clear and precise, just like local ordinances should be, about which rules are being discussed when you are speaking, because clarity matters, and this issue is way too important to be misunderstood.
Jeffrey, then Charlie and Mark.
Hello, my name's Jeff Dunnican
from 169 Via Monte d'Oro. The homes in the hillside overlay area represent several $billion in property value. For most residents here, our home is the largest investment we will ever make. Because you have allowed the ADU loophole to exist within the hillside overlay, the cumulative impact can reach tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars across this community. For many people, this money is part of their retirement plans. It's their life savings. There's an election coming up. Some of you are on the ballot. There are a large number of single-issue voters in this community. Many are here tonight. People are paying attention to your actions. When we are motivated, we are educated, we do not want to keep asking for you to take action. You have already been asked by the Planning Commission. We expect the city to take this seriously and start modernizing and updating the hillside overlay ordinance. So again, we're asking for two things. Begin evaluating updates to the hillside overlay ordinance. Schedule a community meeting with residents, council, and staff so we can have a meaningful action-oriented discussion on the issues. We want feedback. Where we can respond to city comments and where we can progress the hillside overlay ordinance. Stop deferring your responsibility. Do not mess with our money. Do not tell us your hands are tied any longer. That is embarrassing. Do not tell us there is nothing you can do. Also embarrassing. Do the work. Do the work. Protect your residents and our investments. We count on you. We vote for you. Take action and do something. Do not sit up there smirking at us and laughing. It's embarrassing.
Good evening. I will waive my time tonight, hoping that the lady in need gets an opportunity to speak to the council.
The last speaker that signed up before the meeting started, Mark Schroeder.
Just so you know, there are still people who are signed up, so the city clerk is still trying going through the queue.
My name is Mark Schrader. I live at 346 Camino de las Colinas, and I've appeared before the Planning Commission prior to the ADU thing. I didn't get a lot of satisfaction there, but the point I'd like to make tonight is I bought my house 30 years ago, and in the appraisal, there was a line item, and it said, view X amount of dollars. If I take that, whatever that percentage was of my purchase price, and apply it to my current value, estimated, but close, that view is now worth $250,000. And to have the state of California, along with all the other malfeasance that goes on here, to take my $250,000, give it to somebody else, and then to have everybody that I've talked to, our hands are tied. Well, what's a guy like me to do? Who could I go talk to? If not you, who? Nobody takes any action. You get a lot of yeah, we're tabling it for this month, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and nothing happens. I mean, if this happened to any one of you, and your property value was dropped by $250, I'll bet there'd be a lot more action than I'm seeing right now. You see a whole room of people here that are pissed because it's not happening to me right now, but I don't want to wait till it does. And you can do something about it. And I would suggest you get off your, you know what, and do something, because you've done nothing.
Okay, so that exhausted those who signed up. Now, I think anyone else who has not signed up, please step up to the microphone. You got 2 minutes per speaker. We got 3 minutes left.
Hi there, thank you very much. My name is Tim Donahue. I'm a resident at 135 Via Monte d'Oro. Thank you guys and people for your consideration, your time tonight. I'm one of the lucky winners of the ADU lottery. I just found out 7 or 8 days ago that the person in front of me is building a second-story ADU right smack in the middle of the view that my house has enjoyed for 70-plus years. And I understand that there's nothing that really can be done, and the state has these strong laws. My question for everybody here tonight is, what is the process that we as citizens would need to go through to strengthen the hillside overlay to add more objective language and standards? I'm not aware, so I'm hoping maybe you can guide me. Is that the sort of thing that the city or the planning division will take up? Or is this something that the citizens need to figure out on their own and then come to you with suggestions? Can somebody guide me on that?
Sir, you're taking up other people's time. Give your comments so someone else can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had 2 minutes.
I'm saying we're not responding. This is oral communication. You say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw on a thing there that you could respond to questions. It said earlier on the thing.
If there's a clarification, we're trying to understand.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was just trying to ask a question. So no questions tonight. Okay. Could anybody tell me who I could talk to at city staff to get my question answered?
City staff is here. I mean,
Your Honor, through public comment, council can direct staff for follow-up action. So the public is speaking to the staff. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the answer on that?
Sir, you are addressing the city council and staff by your comments.
So if you have questions, you could come to Community Development Department.
Okay.
Michelle Ramirez is right there.
Okay, there we go. That's okay.
We have 1 more minute left for oral communications. Sir, if you use up the 1 minute, that is it. Ma'am, sorry. Right?
And then shut them down, right? You know, one of the previous speakers talked about the smirking going on, and I've been sitting over here watching it for quite some time. You know what? Have my minute. Have my minute, please, ma'am.
Okay,
thank
go ahead.
You know what? I've been sleeping outside on the streets, and these people want to protect their homes. Good. I hope you get a chance. But I'm not getting to protect myself. Right? And I'm pooping outside on their homes. I'm sorry. I have no bathroom, nowhere to go. I would love to. They took my service dog of 8 years the other night. You know, my name is Addie. I do have social media. You could follow me on my journey. It's been horrible. It's been horrible. I lost my camper. I'm not used to this. I was working out. I've been a member here, right? I go to El Camino. I'm a student at El Camino Community College. I've been in and out of here since I was 9. They say my birthday is 1980. This isn't fair and it's not right. I'm not comfortable. Coyotes run around my head. I don't like it. I don't take drugs. I don't take fentanyl. The only help that I've been offered is to go into a shelter where there's fentanyl use, where I don't take fentanyl. I don't use it. I could die. I don't want to be around that or subjected to that. I'm not comfortable with that. That's my life, and I value that. And so I've been laying out here, you know, and you know, I'm sad they took my dog. I really am, but his legs were tired. He's fucking 10. I've had him 8 years. And so he's laying now in Carson Humane Society, and I just like a little mercy, right? I don't know what to do. I've lost weight. I've been eating maybe 300 calories of protein shakes if I'm lucky. Like this plant-based. I don't really eat meat. I mean, I would like not to, but maybe to save my life, I might eat a taco from Jack in the Box or something. But here's this, you know, I'm trying to survive on this. I have no ATP. There's no way for me to get up and go try to get a job. I'm exhausted, laying in the sun. And I was drugged to the jail. And they cut my clothes off of me, off of my body. She said she wanted to cut my pretty little things off of me. I guess she didn't like my outfit. And they just, you know, because I have nowhere to go. I know you guys value your home.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Where am I supposed to go if I don't have any money? And I'm trying to go to school and better myself. I need compassion. That's all.
Okay. That concludes the oral communications, number 1. see. Moving on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? If not, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I make a motion to approve consent calendar in its entirety.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to hearings. Give her a view. Now is the time and the place for a public hearing on agenda item 9A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission and Community Development Director that City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution for the approval of a minor hillside exemption to allow an as-built rear yard deck on property located within the hillside overlay in the R1 zone of 5608 White Court, and determine a categorical exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act, Article 19, Section 15303. The public hearing will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by staff, followed by a presentation by the proponent with a maximum of 10 minutes, after which members of the audience may speak with a maximum of 2 minutes each regarding the proposal, then a maximum of 5-minute rebuttal by the proponent, and finally questions from the council. Now, before we go on to the staff presentation, do any members want to make disclosures? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to disclose that I visited the site of 5608 White Court and 20533, 20527, 20521, 20511, walking the area and looking at the request. I also met with the owners of 5608 White Court as well, but I'll be making my decision based on what is presented to me this evening.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. I also like to disclose that I did visit the property multiple times and also met with the owner of this place. But I will make my decision based on the material provided to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And similarly to my fellow council members, I did visit the property on White Court and will be making a decision based on the information provided tonight. Thank you.
And I'll disclose, I too did visit the property at 5608 White Court, and I'll make my decisions based on the information shared this evening. Is there a staff presentation?
Mayor, there is. Okay, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Leo Orts of the Community Development Department. Tonight we have a presentation on agenda item 9A, to consider a recommendation by the Community Development Director for the approval of a minor hillside exemption to allow an as-built rear yard deck on property located within hillside overlay in the R1 zone at 5608 White Court. This item was considered by the Planning Commission in January 2025 and is now brought to the City Council on appeal. The primary issue before the City Council tonight is whether the project results in a substantial adverse impact to privacy. Next slide, please. This presentation will provide an overview of the project that includes project location, project plans, site photos, hillside overlay, and a recommendation by staff. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general area of the subject property highlighted in green. The subject property contains a one-story single-family residence located at the top of a hillside area, with 1- and 2-story residences located nearby. The properties along Wayne Avenue are situated below and sit at the bottom of the hillside area. Because of this elevation difference, the subject property, has a downward relationship to those properties along Wayne Avenue. Next slide, please. This slide shows the project site plan rotated horizontally. The project involves an as-built deck located in the rear yard. The deck measures approximately 1,755 square feet and spans across the full width of the rear yard and near the edge of the slope. The deck takes access directly from the residence and features an outdoor fireplace and guardrail. Next slide, please. This slide shows two elevations of the project as viewed from the north and the east. The deck floor is elevated between 16 to 24 inches above grade and is designed to match the finished floor of the residence. The materials include wood subframing, composite deck boards, and a metal guardrail. Next slide, please. With respect to the hillside overlay, this slide shows the properties along Wayne Avenue, highlighted in blue, that have shared concerns regarding potential impacts to privacy. In July 2024, staff conducted an initial field assessment from the downslope properties and identified a potential privacy concern based on the apparent extension of the deck beyond the slope. However, that assessment did not include observations from the subject property itself. In August 2025, staff conducted a field assessment from the subject property to evaluate the full context, including topography, elevation, and actual viewing conditions. Based on this more complete and site-specific assessment, staff determined the project does not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy. While the project introduces a new vantage point, views towards the properties along Wayne Avenue are limited, downward in angle, and only occur when standing at the rear edge of the deck. These properties are situated at the bottom of the hillside and not within the natural line of sight when occupying the deck under typical conditions. Instead, the natural field of view from the deck is oriented outward towards the Los Angeles basin and surrounding mountains along the horizon, rather than directly toward the downslope residences. Additionally, the project is designed to match the finished floor of the residence and does not significantly extend beyond the natural slope or alter existing physical conditions, thus limiting the potential to have substantial adverse impact onto other properties in the vicinity. Next slide, please. The next two slides show a picture of the project as viewed from the rear yard of the residences along Wayne Avenue. These pictures were taken prior to the installation of a privacy hedge and help demonstrate the elevation difference. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The next three slides show pictures of the deck as viewed from the subject property when occupying the deck under typical conditions. These pictures reflect the current condition with the privacy hedge installed and demonstrate that views towards the Wayne Avenue properties are downward and limited, particularly when not standing in a deliberate viewing position. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, based on these field observations and site conditions, staff has determined the project does not result in a substantial adverse impact to privacy. While some visibility exists, it is limited, downward in orientation, and not part of the typical or natural line of sight. The project height and alignment with the existing grade further limit any change in viewing conditions. For these reasons, staff has concluded that the threshold for denial is not met. Next slide, please. Based on compliance with the hillside overlay standards and the absence of a substantial adverse impact, the recommendation of the Community Development Director is that City Council adopt a resolution approving MHE 2437 and determine a categorical exemption for approval of the project. Next slide, please. With that said, thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council, for your time. That concludes staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you. We'll now take public comment on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Oh, the proponent. my bad. Is there a presentation by the proponent?
Yes, I had handouts that I had submitted to council earlier. My name is Shuji Yamada. I'm the property owner at 5608 White Court. This is my wife, Lori Yamada. First of all, I'd like to thank the Honorable Mayor and council members for able to visit the site, and I realize you have quite a busy schedule, so thank you very much. And as well for some of the neighbors that had some concerns, we also invited them over as well, for those that were able to attend. So the handout that I had submitted, if you look at photos 1A, shows the rear property where prior to any sort of remodel, shows the grass and the edge of the property. Photo 1B shows prior to construction, and if you see the line, it's very similar to photo 1C and one where it was pre-construction, and photo 1D where is the finish of the construction, where the end of the deck basically mirrors the end of the flat area of the property. The blue line represents the 10-foot setback that was initially proposed by community development, that what we are appealing. Photo 2A also shows the other side of the yard prior to construction. Photo 2B shows the same area during construction, and photo 2C shows the area with the deck, with the blue line representing the 10-foot setback, which we are appealing. And if you look at photo 3A, shows what our vantage point was prior to the deck construction, and 3B shows during construction, and 3C shows the same area after the deck was built. And that area is not affected by the 10-foot setback, but we just wanted to demonstrate that our view from the property prior to the deck and after the deck is almost identical.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let me make sure I got this right. So we got the staff presentation, the proponent, and now we take public comments on this matter. All right, each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak on this particular items. City Clerk, has anyone registered?
Yes, Your Honor. Sinise Moniz.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm representing the homeowner of 20357 Wayne Avenue. I urge the appeal be denied. Back in January, we walked by 20527 Wayne Avenue and saw residents clearing mud from their yard. Since the oversized deck was built, their backyards floods during heavy rain, something that never happened before. This is alarming to us and indicates the nature drainage has been disrupted. What alarms us most is that this enormous deck was built without permits or review. On this sensitive steep slope, every rain risks flooding and muds into our homes. This is not hypothetical. Our daily lives are under threat. This situation is deeply unsettling. Our home is downslope with a similar backyard, and if other uphill properties follow this example and build without permits, we would face constant worry over safety and loss of privacy. Shockingly, the planning department suddenly reversed its position and now recommends keeping this oversized deck as is. Nothing about the topography or our situation has changed. Yet, new reports relies on unrealistic assumptions. The new report assumes people will only look straight ahead. That's not how people behave. Are we supposed to stand there and tell them where to look? The new report commends the deck remain as is because reducing it would be a hardship. If hardship excuses violations, then anyone can build first and avoid fixing it later. That sets dangerous precedents, one that rewards violation instead of enforcing the rules. Most importantly, safety concerns were highlighted in previous reports. Now they're being completely ignored. No mention, no assessment, or anything. The oversized deck is not a minor inconvenience. It creates daily stress and constantly violates our privacy and safety. This is about more than a deck. It's about whether the city stands for fairness.
Kelly Wang.
I'd like to present the photos. Honorable City Council members, my name is Kelly. My house, 20527 Wayne Avenue, is directly downslope of the deck. I strongly oppose the bill. Last year, the Planning Commission hearing concluded the deck size should be reduced to restore some privacy. Now staff suddenly shifted to allowing the full size. Nothing about the topography or our situation has changed. Only the conclusion has changed. First, the new report claims no substantial adverse impact to privacy. The photo in your hand were taken last Wednesday with my cell phone from the deck. Tell the real story. Our daily routines and private moments are constantly exposed. The impact is real and significant. Second, the new report claims the natural field of view is toward the LA basin, so homes below aren't affected. But that's not how people use a deck. They don't stand and look straight ahead. They look down, around, and directly into neighboring homes. Third, the previous report raised 3 issues, including safety. But the new report ignores safety entirely. It's not a typical leisure platform. This is an almost 1,800 square feet massive deck sitting on a steep, sensitive slope. Ignoring safety risks is a serious oversight. Fourth, the new report claims reducing the deck size is a hardship for the owner. Inconvenience does not justify non-compliance with the hearing decision, and this hardship is entirely self-imposed. The deck was built without a permit. Fifth, the new report ignores who matters more, a slight reduction of leisure deck or the daily privacy of downslope neighbors. This new report is untruthful, one-sided, and lack transparency. I feel like my quiet life is gone. I've been reached out by a local reporter and even TikTok influencer asked if he could fly drone over my backyard to live stream what's happening.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Alina Fu.
Honorable City Council members, I'm speaking today on behalf of Uncle Philip. Live at 20534 Wing, sits down a slope from this deck. This unpermitted oversized deck has taken away my privacy. It looks directly into my living room, where at 91 I spend most of my time. I rely on caregivers' help for daily life, and the knowledge that these private moments can be seen caused me great stress and a profound loss of dignity. Last year, the planning department persuaded Wayne neighbors to reach the compromise regarding this oversized deck with 2 clear commitments. The small portion will be cut to restore some privacy. A permit be obtained to ensure safety. Today, the deck is still unpermitted, and the planning department has now reversed its position, recommending it stay as is. The new report appears to present the issue entirely from the deck owner's perspective. First, it emphasized the hardship of the deck owner in removing a small portion of the structure. But what about the hardship suffered by the residents below? Second, the new report calls the deck compatible, but this massive 1,755 square feet structure far exceeds a typical leisure deck. It fundamentally alters the nature topography and visual relationships, disrupts nature drainage, and creates direct overlooking into neighboring homes. Third, the new report admits the decks creates a new overlooking position but denies any impact. That is a contradiction, the impact of privacy. Fourth, the new report completely ignored drainage and slope stability. Basic safety wasn't even evaluated, yet approved is recommended. We now are facing two contradiction reports from the planning department, one that appears to favor the deck's owner, and the other that uploads the city's rule and its responsibility to protect vulnerable.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you.
Ellen C.
Hello, my name is Ellen. I'm a real estate agent. I help the owner manage the property on 20527 Wayne. The renter of Wayne complained so many times. His wife have serious problem, and they would have already moved out. And the deck look into the house, even their bathroom. Please see the picture of before and after. The wife cannot move quickly, even though she noticed somebody is on the deck. She is left feeling constantly exposed and helpless. This has caused the tremendous mental stress. It will be hard to find a new tenant if the current tenant decides to move out. Nobody wants to live in a house like this without privacy. I've been selling houses in the area for more than 36 years. The deck have significantly reduced the home value of the land. It's not fair. Moving the deck back a couple feet would still leave a huge deck for the people on White Court. Those few feet means very little to them, but a great deal to the resident on Wayne. They would restore some privacy. I sincerely hope you can understand and feel the pain, the stress, the loss of privacy, and the property value of those people, the owner, and also the resident on Wayne. They deserve the privacy, basic fairness, and value protected by the hillside overlay ordinance. Thank you.
Ruth Singh.
Good evening. I'm speaking here on behalf of the homeowner at 5614 Bardick Drive, just a few steps from Wayne Avenue. I respectfully but strongly request that this appeal be denied. I'm appalled to hear that the deck owner is being allowed to keep their unpermitted oversized deck access. As a neighbor to residents severely impacted by the deck and the longtime residents of this neighborhood, I find it distressing that these residents, for reasons unknown to myself and other concerned neighbors, are somehow now subject to the hillside overlay regulations that the rest of us have to follow. I don't like the precedent that this sets for future construction projects that might adversely impact people's privacy. Even more important, it concerns me that this oversized deck was constructed without having city's planning professionals involved in reviewing the drawings. How can residents be sure that there aren't any safe issues with oversized deck, especially considering the sloping land under it? Again, allowing this unpermitted construction as it could encourage similar actions by others, potentially compounding safety risks in neighborhood. Thank you.
Colin Baker.
Hello, honorable city council members and mayor. I'm here representing the homeowner at 5626 Sarah Drive. I respectfully request the appeal be denied. We live just a few steps from Wayne Avenue. This issue has gotten a lot of attention in the neighborhood, and everybody is watching to see what happens. At first, we wanted to stay out of it, but we learned from a neighbor that another home was remodeled without a permit. When we talked about what would happen if community development found out, he said, "Oh, I'm sure he'll get away with it. Look at that oversized deck. No permit, no fine. The owner is now requesting to keep it as is." We realize that neighbors are now using this unpermitted, oversized deck as a precedent to challenge city rules. The last planning committee hearing already ruled the deck owner could keep most of the deck, but had to remove a small portion because it clearly violates the hillside overlay. Instead of fixing this, the owner now demands to keep it as is because the required correction is a hardship. We're astonished, essentially saying, I broke the rules and I'll keep breaking them because I don't want to pay. Let the downslope neighbors suffer and make taxpayers bear the cost of using public resources for yet another hearing. Unfairly, the rule followers suffer while the rule breaker acts freely. It is unacceptable to see Wayne neighbors being bullied by a rule breaker. This hearing is a turning point. Letting this oversized deck stay would render the hillside overlay powerless and invite more rule breakers. As I mentioned before, everyone is watching to see what happens with this. We understand that Torrance is facing pressure from the state to add more housing, and the city may need to compromise the hillside overlay in some cases, but this deck is for leisure, not housing, while the Wayne neighbors' housing is being violated. The new report also claims no substantial impact to privacy. Anyone living downslope knows that this is simply not true, as all of you do that went there and visited the site yourselves. We respectfully ask the
I apologize if I mispronounced the next name. Gongking Shen?
Mr. Shen.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Gongqing Shen. I live at 232 East Dorothy, Arcadia. So my family is looking to move from Arcadia to Torrance of all the good things we heard about Torrance. But, last week when we were touring the local houses, and our real agent told us there's what's happening about city hearing next week about this, they call it decked out situation. So we actually, look into what happened, and we feel, we have urged to come here to voice our opinion because we're going to be a future homeowners here. So we actually look into what's happening, all the contact, all the story, and, last year, previous hearing results reduced the size for neighbors' privacy. And then we couldn't understand why things went so wrong, right? So because the deck didn't even meet the basic requirements. There's no limit, no permit, no safety guarantee, and most important, it violates the hillside overlay. But the owner was so determined to keep as is. So as we heard from our real estate agent who took us around the houses, told us all the local agents watching these cases. And if the deck owner actually won this case, then we'll send a message that the hillside overlay rule in Torrance will be effective, meaningless, and unenforceable, and many homes will substantially lose their values because of the violation of privacy and disregard of rules. So we don't want to accidentally buy a house in Torrance facing the same situation. That's why we feel the urge to come here and speak our opinion. So my wife is an oncology professor at USC, and I'm an IT manager working for a high-tech company, and we both have PhD degrees. We value rules very, sincerely, and we feel, which is, value we hold the most, of lawfulness and fairness. We don't feel this decision was, fair to all the Wayne residents and also all future potential home buyers. So this is all my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think that exhausts those who signed in. Are there any other folks who did not sign in who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone. You have 2 minutes.
Honorable Mayor, my name is Paul McNamara, and I have this wonderful group of scouts with me tonight who led the Pledge of Allegiance. But the other reason we're here is because they're trying to fulfill the Citizenship in the Community Merit Badge, which requires them to attend a city council meeting, among other things, and listen to an issue where there is disagreement and then come back and report on which side they think is better. Now, I was sitting there listening, and I saw pictures of the development and an appeal, and I was wondering, why are we talking about this? This is already built. And then I heard about the dispute. And this presents an issue that these young men are going to see throughout their lives, which is it better to ask permission or to seek forgiveness? And I hope as you debate this, you get to that issue, because it's very meaningful for these scouts to see how their elected officials resolve these tough issues. I didn't hear anybody explain why a permit was not obtained. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. You all know that. But for the moral lesson these scouts have to face, I ask that you at least address that issue when you debate it. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Tabashi. Kelly Wing is my landlord. I live in the house that is down the slope behind the house. You see in the pictures that she provided a person with a red shirt. That is me. We moved in that house before the deck was built. I chose that house because of the privacy. I'm a very private person, and I had to change my lifestyle. Before I read what I've written here, I also want to add that before the deck was built, our garage stayed dry during rainstorms. It now gets flooded. We've looked for reasons on how to keep it from getting flooded. Our washing machine and dryer's in there. We keep car seats for our grandchildren, other items in there that we've had to put up on dollies to keep from being wet. As you can see, my health is not up to par. I don't like walking around in public wearing house robes or pajamas as others might. So we've had to buy curtains to cover up our side windows so I would have privacy in our family room. We've tried putting film screens on the glass doors, but they are worthless because when it's nighttime in the day and you have light on the inside, you can see right in anyway. It's useless. For the most part, I spend my time in the front of the house that cannot see the backyard. Unfortunately, the ensuite that we have to my bedroom, the shower window sees the deck clearly. If you look at me standing in the window there, if I am naked, you can see everything there with the window open. If I take a shower with the window closed, then I deal with the hills and holes in my bathroom. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is John Crookston. I live on a lot that is above my neighbors on the next street. When I was building my two-story house 17 years ago, by the way, I moved up there in 1974. But when I provided the plans, they came up with a requirement that I had to have an engineering report on the hillside because we know that things slide. We've got a couple houses that have slid. But I also had to have a grading plan that would guarantee that all the water from a big rain would not go to the properties down below. As a consequence, I have 3 large pumps that pump all the water to the street. And I think the fact that there was not a geological report done and a grading plan leaves a potential problem for both the people uphill and downhill. So please consider that. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Chen and council members.
My name is Matthew Harley. I've lived in the in Torrance and in the Hollywood Riviera area for over 2 decades. The points that I'm hearing that I'd like the council to consider lead me to a clear conclusion here that you should deny the waiver request. And I think these young gentlemen and Paul's comments, they know right from wrong. Number one, you don't build something without getting a permit first. So that was a wrong. Number two, we have setbacks for a reason. Drainage is one. I saw in the photo, it looked like they have a fireplace that's in the setback area. It's close to the borderline. You guys can check that. That sounds like a fire hazard. There's safety issues involved here. There's certainly privacy issues involved. If I was the downhill neighbor, I wouldn't appreciate somebody putting their deck right out to the property line. There's some things, maybe some flexibility and some compromise that could be considered here, like putting up some trees or more. I saw some foliage that was put in for view control, but it looked like they need to do a little bit more. Bottom line is, I think you have to bring that deck back and not go into the setback area for the rear of the property for safety reasons primarily. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on this item, please step up to the microphone. Okay. All right, I don't think I see any. Let's see. Does a proponent wish to make any rebuttals? I think I'm just making sure you got a maximum of 5 minutes.
We'd like to thank both the City Council and the community for providing their feedback on the issue at hand and regarding the substantial impact to privacy is what we're talking about here today. The City Council has the information provided from the Planning Commission hearing, which addressed some of the issues that were brought up by the community today. In addition, I just want to call out an item from the Planning Department's report. If you look at the staff report, page 2, which states the approval of the appeal would serve to resolve the complaint by allowing the applicant to obtain the necessary building permits and inspections for the as-built deck. As homeowners, we have provided the documentation, whether it's engineering plans, and some of the other plans that were shown by the Planning Department. We've submitted all the plans that the Planning Department has asked us to since the Planning Commission meeting so that we can get to a permittable state. In addition, you can refer to condition number 4 on page 8, which requires the applicant to obtain all building permits and safety inspections necessary for the project. So we have been working very closely with the Planning Department to make sure that make sure the deck is meeting the requirements per the city code. In addition, for those of you who were able to come to on site, for those of you who weren't, we provided photos that the deck as is at the same level as the house. So if you walk straight from any of the house into the deck, you're not stepping up or stepping down to go onto the deck. And also, I think some of you had the opportunity to step in what it would be like for the view would be from the ground level. We have empty area at the ground where the planter boxes would go, and you could see what the view would be if that portion of the deck isn't there. The view of the neighbor's yard is the same, whether you're standing on the deck or you're standing on the ground if you're standing at the edge of the property, so that the deck is not providing significant increase of privacy impact by being there. Let's see. Anything else? You want to, yes. So our intention is to work with the city. As was pointed out in the Planning Commission hearing, it is required that we work with the city in order to make sure that the deck is permittable. And as the Planning Department can attest to, we've been working very closely with them to make sure that the deck as is, or if any adjustments need to be made, are made in order to be permitted. So we'd like to address the issue about privacy here, and then we'll move forward as is stated in the staff report for a permit for the deck. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think, Michelle? Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. I want to make it very clear that the way the staff report reads and what the applicant was saying in working with the planning is actually working with the zoning regulations. They will still have to go through building and safety, and they will still have to meet all the building code regulations separately. The city staff has not reviewed those, so there could still be changes that's required to this deck to make sure that it does meet the zoning code, the building code regulations, including such things as drainage and other requirements that may be required. So that is not up for discussion tonight. That would actually happen at the building and safety level.
Great, thank you. I think that's a good clarification because that was one of the items I was going to ask about. All right. At this moment, I think, thank you for your comments. I'm going to go to, does any members of the council have questions at this time? Please click in. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. This is for community development. Did we ask the applicant why there were no permits pulled? And my second follow-up question to that is, when we do go out and inspect and find out, let's just say, for instance, there is a drainage issue, what's the process after that? Wouldn't they be required to go back and correct that?
Councilmember Lewis, Leords, Community Development. Based on my recollection of the Planning Commission hearing, which took place in January of 2025, there was discussion amongst the planning commissioners and with the applicant as well in relation to their intent to construct a deck and what they had been told by their contractor prior to the complaint being filed with the Community Development Department. The applicant has been working closely with the planning division to move forward with the zoning approvals, and then thereafter would work closely with the Building and Safety Division to ensure that the deck is constructed to all building code regulations, including grading, slope, and drainage as well. I'm sorry, I forget the second half of your question as well.
And so just so I'm understanding, the applicant nor the contractor pulled permits to actually build the deck.
Not at this time, but if approval of the project would include a condition of approval that requires the applicant to obtain all necessary building permits and complete all safety inspections.
Which should have been done prior to it actually being built.
Concurrent with the construction, yes.
And then if the inspection uncovers issues, let's just say with drainage down to the houses on Wayne, then what would be the process?
At that time, if the staff from the Building and Safety Division, let's say the building inspectors or plan check examiners, engineers, were to identify a deficiency with the design of the deck, the applicant would be required to remedy that design and to ensure that it is safe and compliant with all building code requirements.
And could anything potentially require that setback to happen if it's found deficient?
Councilmember, it's speculative, but yes, it could be.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you very much. I have some questions for staff and also for some of the residents down on Wayne and the resident on White Court. The safety issues. I feel like it's hard to come to a decision tonight without knowing if there's groundwater or movement of water down into the residents down below, and if there are any safety issues involved in the deck.
Yeah. Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, we wouldn't know that even if this wasn't built already and it was coming for you. That was something that's done through the building and safety when they would submit the geological reports to them for review.
And that
Geotechnical
happens
reports.
after the deck is built?
No, it wouldn't normally the deck would not have been built.
Okay.
Normally they would be coming for having the deck be built instead. In this case, it's already been built, so they're kind of doing it backwards. This is not, I hate to say it, uncommon. This is why we have so many code enforcement cases, because people do a lot of constructions without permits, and then somebody calls and complains, and then they have to go through the process. Sometimes people state that they were told otherwise by their contractor. Sometimes people don't realize they need a permit. Sometimes people do know, and they're just trying to avoid being caught. There's a whole different slew of reasons why people do this, but in this case, they did build the deck, but they will still have to go through the same process as if the deck was not already built.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could ask a question to Mr. or Mrs. or both of them, Yamada, please. And that question, did you want them to step up? Do they need to step up? My question was any ground moved when the deck was built? Was there any movement at all of ground? Was the ground extended? Was it leveled? Any grading at all?
Not that I recall. What they did do was remove the shrubs along the edge of the property. But as far as any sort of grading, that I don't recall them doing that during construction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then for one of the individuals down on Wayne, did you visit the property at all after the shrubs were planted just behind?
Yes. So I went to the deck last Wednesday, and the pictures on your hand were taken by me last Wednesday on the deck.
Okay. And did you stand on the deck after the shrubs were planted? And
yes.
Did you still feel that your privacy was
violated?
I'm sorry?
Violated.
Yes. Do you
yes.
feel it was
So
violated?
so last Wednesday what's the word for this? So the greens has already been planted by White Court, by the deck owner. But the thing is, the greens is a kind of only blocks the views from the downslope neighbors to them, but do not block the views from the from their view to us. Do I make sense?
If you could repeat it again, I didn't understand. I'm
so
sorry.
it's like the shrub they planted already there when I got on the deck last Wednesday, and so the plants planted by them only block our views to them, but does not block their view to us.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. So just my observation when I stood on the deck, I even bent down like a couple of feet because the deck is slightly raised over the ground level. When I bent down, when I got up, there was no change for me in what I saw below, looking down to the properties. The only difference was I had to move the plants to see.
Yeah. But,
so I can't say that the views were changed in any way, but I do have a concern that one, it was built without before obtaining a permit, and two, that it does, is the right word, encroach over the setback? Is that the right word to staff?
Councilmember, the deck as currently constructed does not encroach into any required setbacks for the property.
Okay, so there's no setback.
There's no encroachment to setbacks.
So the blue line is for what purpose? The tape that's been put onto the porch as to, remove that portion of the porch. What is that called?
The blue line represents what would be a 10-foot setback from the rear property line. The project as currently approved by the Planning Commission includes a condition that would require the applicant to remove the remainder of that deck, anything between the rear property line and 10 feet, and that is what the appellant is appealing to the City Council for your consideration.
I understand now. Thank you. I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for explaining in detail. I just have a couple of questions about the field assessment that staff conducted. They did that twice, if I'm not mistaken. What were assessed during those field assessments?
Councilmember, so there were 2 field assessments conducted. The first assessment, as noted on page 3 of the staff report, was conducted in July 2024, and it was from the properties down below along Wayne Avenue. At that time, staff observed the deck, as was shown in the presentation slides as well. Thereafter, it was discovered that staff did not conduct a site visit at the subject property, so was not able to make a complete assessment. Based on the availability of that new information, staff determined it would be appropriate to conduct a site assessment at the subject property, which was completed in August 2025. And then based on that complete assessment, staff determined there would be no substantial adverse impact to privacy caused by the deck.
Right, so that's basically my follow-up question. You looked at the adverse impact of the view, but did you look at the safety hazards and the water flowing into other properties? How was that done as well?
Councilmember, I think it's a recurrent theme, but yes, all safety considerations would be made at the time of plant check. The applicant, if approved this evening, would be required to submit construction documents along with engineering reports, geotechnical soils report, that would demonstrate compliance with the California Building Code and regulations. And then thereafter, if approved and a permit is issued, building inspectors, grading inspectors would inspect the site and determine that the construction does comply with the standards that are in place. And then then at that time, that's and meet all safety inspections.
So the zoning requirements that will be done later on, will that address the public safety concern, the privacy, as well as the water flood going to different properties? That will be addressed. Every single of those scenarios will be addressed for zoning approval.
Councilmember, I think I'm hearing different terms being misused, but I believe what your question is arriving at is, will the project comply with all building code regulations to address any concerns related to safety and drainage and grading? And the answer is yes.
So my question is, why did it even go to the Planning Commission if the zoning approvals or zoning stuff was not completed or there were some concerns? It should have done all those first before it goes to the Planning Commission, because it was unpermitted. And the Planning Commission helped me understand, because I was in a Planning Commission for a little bit, so the applicant or the owner, he came to, how did you find out that something was done unpermitted? Let me ask that question first.
Councilmember, I would guide your attention to page 2 of the staff report.
Yes,
which notes on the second paragraph from the bottom with the subheading of complaint case, that provides a brief summary as to how.
Case, right, that's what you're referring, right?
Correct.
I want
so
the public to know that as well. Yeah, I know this.
Okay.
Right.
So there was a complaint filed with regard to the unpermitted deck. Site inspector determined there was a code violation, brought it to the attention of the homeowners, and the homeowners did come down to City Hall and meet with planning staff and ask what steps do we need to take in order to get the proper approvals and building permits and safety inspections. The first step of that process is compliance with the zoning regulations, in this case, the hillside overlay ordinance. And based on the scope of work, which is below 14 feet in height in a deck, a minor hillside exemption permit was a process that this project would be reviewed under. It is an administrative review process where notices are mailed out to the adjacent properties that would have immediate impacts, potential impacts to whatever is being proposed under the scope of work. Those homeowners did have an opportunity to respond, and certainly they did. Staff did take their concerns into consideration. and then recommended approval of the project with that condition. The community developer did approve the project, and then it was subsequently appealed by the applicant opposing that one condition. Then it was brought to the attention of the Planning Commission, and the same process went through with the public hearing. It was approved by the Planning Commission with that condition, and then thereafter, again, appealed by the applicant to now brought before your attention this evening.
Great. So the process is you got the complaint, and then afterwards you reached out to the residents, and then they came out to you. Now, the Planning Commission, they reviewed this project, and they said that they can build this project with the zoning approval and meeting all the requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember, based on the information, the availability of information that evening, yes.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the setback requirements that we have, the blue tape that was addressed by Councilwoman Kalani, what I hear from you is that Planning Commission was okay with that setback, that they don't need to go all the way to blue tap, if that's what you were saying?
Councilmember, there was a long discussion at the Planning Commission meeting. I remember that night. But ultimately, the Planning Commission did approve the project with that condition. So I would take that as a vote of confidence, yes.
Okay. So setback requirements will be addressed, and also zoning requirements, everything will be addressed. And then they'll get the final approval from the city if it is safe and it meets all the requirements and it is safe, and it will be okay for the owner to build that deck. Is that a summary?
Councilmember General, yes, and I just want to make it clear that the project as currently constructed and designed and shown on the project plans complies with all zoning regulations and is subject to discretionary review, which is being considered this evening with regard to potential impacts to privacy. And if approved, would then be reviewed by the Building Safety Division again, and then would be reviewed for compliance with building code requirements as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. That'll clarify, I think, a lot of, also for the residents. But my question is, when somebody builds something without the permit, what are the consequences? There's got to be some kind of consequences, or they have to take some responsibility, then not just, okay, we'll go back and fix that, and there's got to be some kind of consequences for not abiding by the ordinance or the city laws.
Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. Anytime anyone does something that violates our municipal code, they receive a notice of violation from us and an opportunity to fix it. And in this case, when we sent the notice of violation, the property owners came in and took the advantage to fix it. Had they not taken that advantage to fix it, then we would have sent a second and final notice of violation. And if they did not come in, then that's when we start the citation process. If they still do not respond when we're going through the citation process, then we will go through a public nuisance process. And that is where we can do different things, including going out there and having someone remove it and then place a lien against the property. But the courts require us always to give an opportunity to any notice of violation, an opportunity to fix it, which is generally 30 days. So usually the first notice is usually 2 weeks, and then we follow up with the second notice, because we need to show the courts, if we have to end up going there, that we gave them the time needed to fix any violations of our municipal code.
Well, thank you again for clarifying that. I think that's one of the main questions everybody's addressing, so thank you for addressing that. And also want to thank the staff for taking the time and do field assessment multiple times. I also read that the staff also tried to reach a couple houses, and they were not successful in reaching it. Did you ever make a contact with 20527 and 20533?
Council member, with respect to contact with property owners or residents at those addresses, page 2 of the staff report identifies the addresses where staff made attempted contacts and where staff did meet with property owners. It looks like, based on the staff report here, shows July 2024, staff did meet with the residents at 20521 and 20527 Wayne Avenue. Those properties abut the subject property or shared property line. And then thereafter, it looks like several attempts were also made at 20533 at that time. Repeated attempts were made later on in August 2025 again, where contact was made with adjacent property owners at 5062 and 5614 White Court, as well as a resident at 20521 Wayne Avenue. And then business cards were left at those other residences as well. I recall because I left a business card there and I took a picture of it on the front door.
But you were able to address their concerns on site, right?
During the site visits, staff does meet with the residents or property owners, whoever is available, and can answer and clarify any questions related to the project scope or what's being shown on the project plans, and then also provide an overview of the discretion review process that isn't described or outlined in the hillside overlay.
Thank you again for, I just have a question from Ellen, 20527, who provided this sheet.
Kelly, you provided the pictures.
20527. No, yours is Kelly. That's it. Yours is different. Yours is this one. I'm asking for 20527. Okay, if they're not here, that's fine. I just have a, were you 20527?
Yes,
Alan?
I'm an agent.
Okay, I'm sorry at that. Anyways, the three photos that you provided us, these are your photos, right?
Yes.
So how far are you in the bottom photo? It looks like that you're about 5 or 10 yards away from the fence.
I think she's the one.
That's a difference.
Oh, I think that's the picture I took.
Yeah.
And I'm
She's a
standing.
tenant.
I live there.
Can you please come to the mic, please?
I live physically in the house.
Okay. So this photo that you provided on the top one, it's all the way from the bottom, and the first photo, you're very close to the fence, right?
I've taken lots of pictures and have shared them with Kelly, my landlord.
I'm just asking these three photos.
I cannot see them from here.
All right, thank you. My point is that the closer you're going to the fence, yes, you'll be very close to the house, and it looks different perspective that the privacy is being invaded. The farther you are, it clears that it's not invading the privacy.
The
But
farthest back I can stand is the glass doors that in another photo that Kelly took, the photographs itself, you see me sitting in a red chair with a red shirt.
Right. This photo is taken from over the fence or over the shrub? I'm not.
She's standing at the shrubs on the deck.
At the shrubs?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. All right, I don't have any further questions, but thank you for staff for providing clarity, and thank you for your answers.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to start off by saying that it is a beautiful deck. They did a really nice job. You know, I'm not going to go down the road of privacy because I'll be honest with you, looking at photo 1A, the shrubs actually look lower than what's there now. And I would imagine you, at the time, you could have just walked up to the property line and looked down onto the neighbors. Probably the same way you can now. I don't think much has changed as far as privacy. But I am concerned about one of the photos shows rolls of plastic being laid down on the dirt. Now, I'm no geologist, but if the rainwater doesn't get absorbed in that area, it's going to shift over somewhere else. So I guess that's something to be determined later on. The blue line, let's go back to that blue line for an explanation, a clear explanation so I can understand it. The blue line represents where if a neighbor would walk in with a project, that's where their deck would normally have to stop, right? Is that correct?
Councilmember, the blue line represents the 10-foot setback measured from the rear property line. In this case, because the property extends along the edge of a hillside, that rear property line is imaginary and floating in space. But if you were to draw a direct line, that's where it lands along the rear deck there. That'd be 10 feet. The deck as proposed or as constructed complies with all zoning regulations, and that includes the extent of the deck and how it can be built to the property lines when it's below 24 inches in height. In this case, the deck is built at 24 inches below height. Therefore, it can extend, as allowed by code, all the way to the property line, whether it's the side property line, the rear property line. In this case, the deck does extend from one side property line to the other, and then near to the rear property line, probably about 2 or 3 feet from that imaginary line floating in space.
Okay. Okay, so obviously, okay, so the way it's built, and by our code, it does allow them to build all the way, okay, so.
Councilmember, had this project not been constructed in a hillside overlay, it would have been approved over the counter.
Over the counter, okay. All right. All right, so how about shrub height? I think we talked about shrubs quite a bit in the hillside area. And most of the time is because people want them to cut down, like the shrubs, because they're blocking somebody's view. But in this particular case, I'm going to ask the question, can we require those shrubs to be, let's say, 6 feet tall from the ground or from the deck height?
Councilmember, that's a recurring question that comes up at planning commission hearings. And we always advise our commissioners that staff's position is no, we cannot require any conditions in terms of stalling, landscaping for mitigating any potential adverse impacts to view, light, or privacy. Where we do see those conditions of approval would be, let's say, a landscape plan with a large commercial development or a large residential development where we want to see mature trees, 24-inch box trees planted, and those are the type of conditions related to landscaping that we can apply and install trees. In this case, as noted in the staff report, the only observations made were that the applicant, in response to privacy concerns raised by those residents down below, chose to install that ficus hedge along the rear of the deck. But it was not a recommendation by staff, nor is it a condition of approval as part of this project.
Okay, so, but you're saying that we cannot say, for instance, that the shrubs have to be 5 feet from the deck, minimum height. We can't put that condition in.
Staff would advise against that consideration, being that a structure can remain in place for 30, 40, 50 years. Vegetation can be here one day and the next day it's gone.
Yeah, it could die or whatever. Okay, what about a solid fence, like a solid fence? Can we put a requirement of a solid fence?
Councilmember, yes, that is an option that the City Council can consider. Staff did also make those considerations in terms of the setbacks, whether or not to apply a condition of a lesser setback or require, let's say, a solid guardrail that would prevent any sort of direct line of sight through the guardrail. But based on the findings that staff made, and as noted in the staff report, no significant or substantial adverse impacts to privacy were observed. And then therefore, applying such a condition or making that consideration, there is no nexus and it's not proportional to the existing conditions on site.
Okay. I mean, I go back to the original state of the property. People could look down the way it was before, probably more so then than now, with the shrubs being higher. At least from the photo that was provided in photo 1A, it shows the shrubs probably be no more than 3 feet tall from the ground. So if you take that into consideration and looking at the level of where the doors are, it doesn't seem like the deck is very tall to begin with. Probably a little bit more so near the edge of it. I don't like the fact that it was built without permits, without engineering, without going through the proper channels. So I don't know how we want to handle that. But I mean, it's one of those situations to where I hear the arguments. I just don't believe the fact that the privacy hasn't been impacted as much as it's being described, just looking at these photos from how it was before. I mean, if you can see somebody's house, you can see through their windows without drapes or blinds. I mean, I mean, I can see my neighbors to the side just fine if they keep everything open. I can see everything inside, but we have drapes at our house, and I get it. You know, we want privacy, but the way this is laid out, I don't know. I mean, property line is property line. I think the homeowners has the right to walk up to their property line, right? I mean, we can't say you can't walk up to your property line. So unless you have a 6-foot fence or wall, no matter what you do, they're going to be able to walk up to their property line, even if it's 2 feet lower, and see in somebody else's backyard. So that argument I probably wouldn't use. But I do have a concern about the setback that we're asking everybody else. So I mean, if a neighbor came up with a project, but we're saying that if it's under 24 inches, you can go up to the thing. So, all right.
Mayor, Council, I'd also like to address something that Councilmember Shake had asked about as far as penalties goes. Thanks to Assistant City Manager Danny Santana for reminding me. But when it goes through the building and safety, if it is approved this evening and it goes to building and safety, they will be double feed for building something that was without permit. So there is a penalty there.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess my thought on this is, if the neighbor next door can do the same exact thing, if they came up and said, okay, I'm going to build a deck that goes all the way up to the property line, it's under 24 inches or lower, I'm going to install shrubs around it just like this, and if that would be an acceptable project, that would, you know, it might be challenged and everything else. If that's acceptable based on the rules that we have in place, now if we don't like the outcome tonight, then we need to advocate to change the rules, that 24-inch thing, right, or the setbacks. But if this truly meets the city code, I don't like the fact that it was how it's been done. It's not right. We shouldn't build things and then ask for permission later or forgiveness later. I definitely don't like how it's been done, but I do respect the fact that that if it does follow our code, I don't know how we can say no to a project that if it does meet the code. And, you know, I'm going to make my decision based on that tonight, that it does, if it does truly meet the code. Yeah, it's a difficult situation, because when you have properties around you that are higher up, there's a good chance they're going to be able to look down onto your property, no matter what you build or not build. That property line is a property line. Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you. Thank you, staff, for the presentation, and also the public for their comments. I don't have any further questions, but I think this is a cautionary tale to all property owners here in the city of Torrance, that if an individual represents himself as a licensed California contractor and states to you that you can go forward with any project without first stopping by the city of Torrance and determining if a permit is required, close the door, take their card off off the rubber band on your door handle and throw it in the trash. Because in this city, I think all of you are now finding out that it's tougher to unwind an unpermitted construction than it is to do it by coming to the counter, talking to the staff, and doing it in the proper way. So, and unfortunately here in the city of Torrance, there are unscrupulous individuals who represent themselves as contractors who create any amount of mischief. They take your money, they disappear, and we see that too often here. And unfortunately, we also see many seniors who are the victims of these unscrupulous individuals. So I just wanted to make that statement, because I'm glad that we're all going through this process of providing a fair and reasonable review in light of both the concerns of residents, both the homeowner and those who are downhill. but I will make a decision based on all the questions that have been asked and all the information presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Actually, thank the proponent for giving presentation that made things very clear for me. From the presentation, the first thing that I thought is this person has the right to go to a second story and build a balcony on a second story. They have that right, and they didn't choose to go that route, which also affects privacy. The other thing that I noticed is that this privacy hedge, I really like it, and I think it was a nice addition to ensure privacy. So I see effort made by the proponent, and I want to acknowledge all of those pieces. So if I'm understanding from listening to everyone, the blue line, which again, I thank the proponent for showing. So 14 months ago, the Planning Commission had made the request that if this project went forward, that would be the deck. And then at some point in the last 14 months, rather than coming and appealing it here, the proponent built what they wanted. And now we're coming back to, because I'm trying to understand, where did the blue line come from? Because I'm seeing you shake your head. So where did the blue line come from in the first place?
Councilmember, the blue line that was included in the presentation slides by staff, but also the proponent, represents, as shared with Councilmember Matucci, represents the 10-foot setback measure from the imaginary rear property line that extends beyond the edge of the top of the slope.
Yes, got that.
And that blue line, if approved, or the Planning Commission had approved the project with a condition that required the deck to be reduced in size up to that 10-foot setback where the blue line stands.
Which was 14 months ago.
Correct.
I don't know why I said it confusing.
Based on
that's what I was trying to say.
Correct. So based on the information that was available that evening, thereafter staff became aware that a site assessment was not conducted at the subject property, and to correct that misstep, staff then spoke with the applicant and explained to them that a site assessment would be appropriate at the subject property. And then thereafter, that's where the applicant chose to appeal the decision of the Planning Commission, and staff made a site assessment.
I guess, when was the deck built?
Our understanding, it was sometime in early 2024 when the complaint was filed.
So 2024 was built, notice in 25, went to the Planning Commission for well, it was noticed in 24, because it would take a while to get to the Planning Commission for conversation. They made this recommendation. A year later, we're still discussing what the Planning Commission did discuss 14 months ago. Am I caught up? Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to spend a few more minutes thinking about what my decision should be. Thank you.
All right. I think while you're thinking, maybe I'll just clarify. I think key takeaway. I think we discuss the consequences or the lessons learned about applying to get the permit first. So I think and we have the process. We also have a process to take the necessary steps. I think that happens in life in many cases. So I'm glad that there is a process. And I think I was kind of resonating what Councilwoman Kalani said earlier. Right? I'm looking at the pictures here, and including this one. Would it be fair to say that if there was no deck there, you could have brought this camera to the edge and taken the photo to get this picture as well?
No. So
no.
No. So it is because without deck here, so no one would stand there, because that's a kind of slopey as well, and also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So no one would.
Let me ask a question. Mm-hmm. You're saying that the proponent would not be able to walk to the edge, close, near the edge of the slope there, I think where the current fence is, and not take this picture? I just want to make sure, I'm asking a very simple question.
So without the deck, it's a kind of seldom for people to go there to take a look of the downslope neighbors. Okay. So it's a kind of, the deck is for leisure, and so they can just sit there and to look at the people downslope. But without the deck there, so they won't stand there.
Oh, you don't believe they will stand there? That was not my question. My question is, can someone stand there and take a picture down slope with that camera without the deck?
I think so, but it's like, so how to put it? I'm a little bit nervous. Sorry about that. And so it's like, so if they have the deck there, so we think that we kind of exposed a lot, but without a deck there, so people would not stand there. So before the deck, we never noticed someone stand on that place. But with the deck there, we can see them stand there. And also about the shrub thing. So it's like the shrub is not included in the overside hill lake honors. So it can go tomorrow. So I don't think the shrub should be included in the consideration.
Understand. Was there a shrub there before?
No.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I think I got the answer.
Thank you.
Okay. So, all right. Okay. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in response to the young gentlemen that were here earlier, and the decisions we should make, I believe that people make mistakes, and I think that opportunity for correction and forgiveness is a good lesson for them as well. You know, my understanding through all the questions, and I appreciate learning from each and every one that spoke tonight, is that it does meet code. Not only did I stand on the deck and look at the views I could see, but I went everywhere I could and stood at the original level of the property, and I saw no measurable difference in the views looking down onto the property, and I was standing at the very edge as well. I wanted to share that with you, Councilmember Matucci. I wanted to make sure it's my understanding that even no matter what happens tonight, well, if it does get approved tonight, it still is subject to safety inspections and environmental inspections that would help us best understand drainage. I am concerned about the plastic. I did see that, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
Councilmember, all those concerns would be addressed at the time of plan check, yes. Those are
Okay.
valid concerns, and they would be addressed.
And if there was a concern of environmental, meaning water draining, being changed, the direction of the water draining, then what would happen?
Councilmember, if the plans or through the plan check process, if the plans examiner or the grading inspectors, engineers were to identify a deficiency with the project design, then at that time they would ask and advise the applicant to correct that deficiency remedy so that it meets current standards. Whether that's changing the construction type, the materials, the underlayment of the deck as well, all those changes. I'm sorry. Correct. Even pumping water or redirecting the drainage away from the slope. Those are options that can be considered, would be evaluated by staff during the plan check process.
All right. I appreciate you telling me that. Thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone clicking in. So at this moment, I think we have a very good discussion tonight on this one. I think it's for those of us who've been here about 8 years, we've also realized some more things. At this moment, I'm going to ask for a motion to okay.
I'm so sorry. I have one more question.
Yeah.
I read an attachment that said I'm aware that the deck project has extended onto our property. Does the deck extend onto anybody's property? And that was attachment 7.
Council members, so a portion of the deck as constructed did extend or does extend across the property line with 5602. That is an adjacent property to the north of the subject property. That property owner did submit a correspondence in support of the project and working with their neighbor to correct that or make that correction in terms of where the placement of the deck was across the property lines.
So it was already corrected, or there'll be some kind of easement?
During the plan check process, that would be one of the reviews that staff would make in terms of if the deck crosses property lines, then consent from the adjacent property owner would be needed or required to remove that portion of deck so it does not extend beyond the property line.
And so this letter to the city is acceptable?
Councilmember, there's no measure or standard in terms of what is acceptable as far as correspondence, but it's part of the materials that are being submitted and up for consideration.
I see. Okay, thank you. Sorry for the additional question.
That's all right. We got a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
This is resolution number 2026-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 1, Article 41 of the Torrance Municipal Code for the approval of a minor hillside exemption to allow an as-built rear yard deck on property located within the hillside overlay in the single-family residential district R1 zone at 5608 White Court.
How does council wish to proceed on this matter? No one wants to get a motion? No, yeah, this is the neighbor one, yeah. I think he's getting ready to do a motion.
Yeah, I just, there's
Okay.
a couple things I want to.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He already clicked in. I'm just waiting for him to.
Yeah.
oral
No, I'm
say.
sorry, yeah. I wanted to make a note. I move that, all right, that we uphold the appeal, adopt a resolution for approval of MHE 24-00037, and adopt resolution 2026-27, determine a categorical exemption from California Environmental Quality Act. Also address the issues with the encroachment, the drainage, and any other city code. Yeah, any other city code and safety issues. Did I miss anything? I'm sorry? Including any assessed fines. There you go. All right.
Which all those things would have been done anyway, right?
Yes.
Just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, but I just wanted to mention it for the record.
All right.
Mayor, Council, that's already a condition as he had stated in
Right,
the
right.
conditions
Yeah,
of
I
approval.
just wanted to make sure that it's on the record, verbally as well.
I second it verbally as well.
Okay.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. All right. Item 10A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 10A is an update from the Office of Economic Development and the Economic Development team with information gathered since the last update, which was provided on September 23rd, 2025. The format for this presentation is a little bit different than prior presentations in that we prepared printed booklets, which you all should have received, similar to the pitch decks that we have been using to tell the Why Torrance story. What you're seeing on the screen as we go through is the PowerPoint version of the booklet contents. Next slide, please. So this is a table of contents of the items, the topics covered in the booklet and the presentation. The next slide, please. So these are a couple of quotes from Torrance in the news. While Torrance has a long history of aerospace and defense companies locating here, there has been a resurgence within the past 6 months with a half a dozen or more such companies choosing Torrance for their expansions. Additionally, those seeking property or redevelopment opportunities realize the value that they can find in Torrance. Next slide, please. In addition to aerospace and defense, advanced manufacturing in general continues strong in Torrance with the highest concentration of employment. This includes companies that specialize in alternative fuel technologies for automotive, aircraft, and boats, others that focus on robotics, 3D printing, machine-aided mass production, and more. The medical sector, which includes healthcare, biotech, and life sciences, also employs many people in Torrance, and is shown here on down through the list with professional services, educational, retail, and logistics-related businesses. These are our largest concentrations. The economic diversity that can be found in Torrance keeps us thriving. Next slide, please. This is an example of the major employers here in Torrance as a reminder. And a critical topic that was discussed with some of these large businesses back in December at a breakfast meeting was the subject of housing and the availability and relative affordability that's needed to attract and retain the skilled workforce that they require. This breakfast event allowed for a robust conversation that included housing developers, education, and the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. And we anticipate that this conversation to continue. We also included representatives from the LA Air Force Base as well, as that's a large regional employer, and there are folks that live in the area that work there. Next slide, please. The information shown on this slide indicates an advertisement that we ran in the International Council of Shopping Centers Conference in New York City in December. While we did not attend the event this year, our presence was made via the ad that brought viewers to our Why Torrance page. And it's difficult to see on this, I know, the statistics that are there are fairly small, but it talks about the sales ranking as we're third after the cities of LA and Long Beach, the demographics that we attract to our region as well. And those numbers that are shown there show the number of views and I can't even see what it says myself. Sorry. It's statistics on the hits for the Why Torrance page as a result of this advertisement. Sorry, next slide, please. The main role of the Office of Economic Development and the Interdepartmental Economic Development team is to focus on business attraction, retention, and expansion. I'm happy to say that our BATE incentive, our Business Attraction in Torrance incentive, to attract large businesses has been successful in helping to entice Sony Honda Mobility of America's Afila electric vehicle studio and delivery hub, which just held its grand opening last Saturday, which was a very well-attended and celebratory event. The company anticipates moving vehicles out of that building to customers later on this year. And additionally, we've added this incentive in our assistance offering to Hadrian, an advanced manufacturing business that makes precision parts for the aerospace and defense industry. And thank you to the Assistant City Manager for his assistance with coordinating the city package that we offered to the company in conjunction with a close to $49 million tax credit that was offered by the state of California. The company was deliberating on where to make a major expansion of their headquarters and ultimately chose to remain in Torrance, where they will add to their 80,000 square foot building an additional 260,000 square feet at Ceres Regis's Commerce Center at Western and 190th. Next slide, please. The next topic is where some guidance from the council is being requested. The facade improvement program has not taken off as we anticipated, due primarily with concerns from applicants related to the prevailing wage requirements. In researching other cities, we have identified a few possible modifications that could be made to our program. However, many of these that are most successful include dedicated staff for managing their programs and much larger funding amounts. So some possible changes to the program, which we've touched on here on this slide, could be modifying the grant tiers to increase the funding cap for larger projects, more visible projects, or we could use these economic assistance funds to cover city permit fees and or design and pre-planning expenses. Or thirdly, we could provide a list of vetted vendor resources to applicants to choose from. If council could consider these things and advise at the end of my presentation, if you would like to see a separate item come back on this topic with more detail on these items to make changes or to sunset the program, that would be helpful this time. Next slide, please. Business engagement is the bread and butter of economic development. Assistance is provided in areas such as permitting assistance, letters of support, grand openings and ribbon cuttings, and connecting businesses with local, regional, and state partners. Business visitations and some traditional incentives, such as the business/grant loan program that bases repayment to the city on retained or added employment, as well as utility users tax or other revenues or benefits to the city and community, remain key components to business support. In fact, within the last period, a small grant of $5,000 was issued to Pell Manufacturing, which makes spiral coils for the binding industry, to assist them with marketing updates to take advantage of a shift in the marketplace when their biggest competitor shut down. This could be an area that we may consider shifting available funding from the Business Assistance Fund to, rather than the facade program, another consideration. Next slide, please. Shifting to downtown revitalization. While efforts to establish a downtown business improvement district have not advanced at this time, improvements orchestrated by various departments of the city and coordinated with the Downtown Torrance Association continue to fulfill the recommendations of the City Council approved revitalization plan. Thank you to Community Development, Public Works, Community Services, Communications team, and just about all of the departments at the city that have brought signage, banners, improved streetscape, lighting, and support for the various events that are held regularly in the downtown to attract more foot traffic to this area made up of small businesses. We look forward to the World Cup viewing parties that will be held downtown June 13th and July 11th. Next slide, please. Retail activity continues to evolve citywide. Torrance is no exception to the hits that retailers take nationwide, although those outlets found here tend to be the last remaining or are replaced fairly quickly due to the strong regional demographics and prime location. City staff continue to target market to attract higher end and specialty retail and restaurant offerings across the city. And incidentally, automotive sales have remained steady, but are something to watch as prices increase in the marketplace. Next slide, please. This next slide is an example that we use to show the powerful draw that Torrance has in the retail market. This is data from Placer AI, the visitation tool that we use. It compares visitation numbers of Del Amo Fashion Center with South Coast Plaza. Del Amo surpasses any day of the week. It's showing there in the blue lines as opposed to the red lines. and the city maintains a close relationship with mall management to support this key asset, and we'll continue our conversations with them as retailers change over at the mall. Next slide, please. Placer AI, as I mentioned, the visitation tool that we use, has come out with a monthly report on domestic travel and tourism. The latest report shows that average monthly visits are up, but other factors are down year over year. Maybe a little bit hard to see on this screen, but the chart at the bottom shows where people go when they visit. Hotels, retail, restaurants, and grocery are the highest visited locations. To note, this report tracks domestic visitation only based on cell phone use and help us can identify areas such as indicated Phoenix and Las Vegas where a concentration of visitors are coming and help us again in target marketing. It does not track international visitation, which is something that we have focused on. Next slide, please. And today, as Mayor mentioned, we witnessed the unveiling of the Robert Vargas mural, Samurai of the Diamond. The mural celebrates the cultural bridge between baseball, Japan, and the Torrance community. Discover Torrance, our destination marketing organization, is anticipating increased visitation from people wishing to see the mural, and will track how this might translate into hotel stays. Next slide, please. Special events and filming activity remains busy. Events and parks have shifted to being managed by the Community Services Department, helping to streamline some processes. Filming has seen an increase with 26 film permits issued since the last update where we noted there were 18. Revenues have increased significantly as well, from over 31,000 in the last period to over 110,000 this period. Filming in general has picked up, but also city fees have bumped up slightly, including the institution of a student film fee where we did not charge before. Torrance is a popular place for filming and also for student filming due to the diversity of locations and our film friendliness. Next slide, please. International outreach and delegation visits continue to strengthen Torrance's global connections. Of particular note, and recently approved by Council, a delegation of 50 members of Taiwan's Olympic Committee plan to stay in Torrance for the Olympics in 2028 and utilize some city facilities for training and team support. Also, as a result of an earlier visit by the Consul General of Spain, the establishment of a friendship city in Spain is being explored. We have 3 different cities that we're considering. Next slide, please. As was mentioned under the downtown section, having successfully secured Metro grant funds, we are preparing for viewing events in the downtown area this summer for the FIFA World Cup soccer matches. Staff also continue to attend regional planning events related to the upcoming Olympics and Paralympics. And this area of sporting events too has been something that Discover Torrance has concentrated on for a long time. Next slide, please. Speaking of the region, Torrance continues to play an integral part in regional conferences, such as the Golden State Manufacturing Forum, where Assistant City Manager Santana represented on a leadership panel. Economic forecasts, both for the county and for the South Bay, and the Port of Long Beach's State of the Port event are some activities that we attended and participated in. Next slide, please. Almost finished. Some projects in the works include the Passport Dining Program. Thank you to Jin Chun for spearheading this one at the suggestion of Council, specifically in response to Councilman Matucci's request for an international event. The program will kick off this week and run for about a month. Restaurants seem excited about this opportunity and appreciate the city's support in driving foot traffic. The Economic Development Team is coordinating with the Police Department on rolling out the Secure Torrance program to businesses, which will allow for registration of security cameras with the Police Department to be utilized if needed to help solve crimes. Next slide, please. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I thank you very much, and I stand by to answer any questions. Yay, you got your passport.
Yeah, thank you very much. City Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak on this item? Are there anyone in the public who wishes to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone. Don't see any. Are there any questions from the council? Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. Phenomenal job to the entire team on the marketing. It's very well done, very easy to read. And I particularly like page number 5, which features our own economic development manager who's been knocking it out of the park lately. Thank you to you and all of the team who really made this happen. This is phenomenal. I'll be taking a copy to work and showing like, look, you made a book. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, great job on the presentation. I got to complain, though, because I look pretty darn chubby in those pictures, and they say that the camera adds 10 pounds. You must be using 5 cameras on me. No, I just wanted to say what an awesome idea to come up with a passport for the food, for our food event, for our international, what are we calling it? International, well, yeah, the international passport. What is it? Food and cultural. Yeah, but anyways, just.
That was all Jen. That was
yeah, thank you, Jen. Yeah, that was really nice.
And you're still paying for all of us, right?
Yes, for sure, for sure. No, I just hope that people are going to, what is it, the library to get these?
Welcome Center.
Welcome
All
Center,
the libraries.
Download
Council,
libraries,
we have
yeah.
Autumn Price City Manager.
They have some here at City Hall.
22,000 views on Instagram on
Wow.
this program.
Wow.
We're gaining momentum. Mr. Santana
Okay.
may want to add some share of thanks as well.
It's been difficult to hand them out too because everyone wants to talk about it and ask questions and wants to know what they have to
Which
do.
is a good
right?
sign.
I mean, it's new,
Yeah,
so
and
people want to
Irene,
learn.
thank you, Irene,
Absolutely.
too.
Yes, sir.
Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilman Matucci, to answer your question, here at City Hall, all of our library branches, including the main Katie Geiser Library branch here, and at the California Welcome Center, as Fran just mentioned.
And just for the public, if anyone has questions about it, they can contact the Office of Economic Development as well.
Yeah, no, I think it's great that we do some fun stuff too. Not everything has to be, doom and gloom and serious and all about the numbers and all that stuff.
Yep.
We can still have a little bit of fun and get the community to get out and taste some of the international delights that are out there. I want to see the feedback, from all the different restaurants and stuff.
Yeah,
So
hopefully we'll do it again too.
Yeah. Well, anyways, good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Just a quick question. Do we have a digital passport as well, or is it just the paper version?
Just
next
the
year?
paper, but they can download it, I believe, to print out.
You can download
Yeah,
it. And
yeah.
so for the drawing, it will be accepted either way, whether it's your downloaded version or the actual
Yeah.
passport
Yep.
book. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Councilman Shake.
Thank you again. Thank you, Fran, for all your hard work and your team. Obviously, we're doing something right that everybody wants to come to Torrance, and thank you for all your effort. Do we know how much business licenses, the percentage of increase for business licenses from last year to this year, by chance?
On the first page of the item, I believe it mentions the calendar
Yes.
years.
It's a.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna help you.
Yeah, it's got 25 back to 2021 and the numbers. It's kind of interesting. It sort of went up and down, but it has maintained relatively steady.
Yeah, which is good.
Yeah.
I've been hearing that Toyota want to come back to California. I don't know. Did you hear anything about this?
No, we met with their hydrogen folks, though, right?
Yeah, reach out to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes, they do want to come back.
there you go. There you go. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Commercial facade improvement program. I know that you want to hear from us. Do you think it's the amount or it is the program itself that's not connecting?
Yeah, Michelle, if you want to chime in.
Mayor, council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. It's actually the state prevailing wage that must be paid because anytime city funds, general funds touch a project, then it kicks in state prevailing wage rate, and that adds 40% of a project cost generally. So it's cheaper for them not to accept those funds and to do it separately than it is to accept our funds. I think one of the things that would be very helpful if the council was interested in continuing to do some kind of assistance would be able to instead use that assistance maybe to help pay some of the fees. Pay fees, through if they have to go through the planning division, or even some of the building and safety permit fees. I think that might be a better use that we could possibly do without kicking in state prevailing wage. We would have to do additional research for it to make sure that we're not, that just paying the fees wouldn't affect it in any way. But I think that would be a better route than just increasing the amount of money, because I don't see that would be beneficial, that people would still take advantage of it.
Can we look into that? I'm sorry, Mayor. Can we look into that since we're talking about it?
That was one of the recommendations that was being made by,
Okay,
is
to
as
like
an option.
alter some of the programs, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, Council Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Staff is very much interested in the concept of offsetting city permit fees or helping with advanced design fees. As Community Development Director Ramirez indicated, the prevailing wage requirements at the point of implementing the desired improvements, that is the biggest holdup. And you've heard from business owners or property owners come before you and share that very statement. So in recognition of that, because we do listen, staff looked at available options, and these two are probably the most viable. We are hopeful that this program will serve its intended purpose as council has directed it, and these two might be opportunities for us to be able to advance your directed mission.
Great, thank you.
So when you say offsetting permit fee, is that for existing businesses and?
For anyone, Councilman, anyone that's investing in our city or with bringing a new business or an existing business that has been here for an extended period of time. As long as they are investing in our community, they would be potential applicants for the program.
Do we need to do any study to make that determination? I think what is needed in the business community and how we can promote what they want. Some kind of feasibility study should be done before we make any decision.
Councilman, although I appreciate that feedback, we meet with businesses every day, and they are asking for assistance. As Economic Development Manager Fulton indicated, that assistance comes in a multitude of ways. Sometimes it's with facilitation, like understanding, hey, where can I set up shop? What properties are appropriate from a zoning perspective? And we connect them to the appropriate departments. What permits do I need? How do I get through the permit process? Is there any inspection expediting or plan check expediting support that we can be provided? And again, we connect them with the appropriate departments. What staff would recommend is we need to get out of the gate with a handful of these, and then hopefully at that point we can provide council with a more informed reflection of what we've experienced. And hey, this is what we've seen to work. This is what the strong interest is. But staff would recommend that we continue to pursue all options, including the commercial facade, financial support. But because we have not established a long list of businesses that have taken advantage of it, staff would recommend keeping it accessible to any business as long as it's invested in our city with a physical location, whether they're new or they're established. I think either of those categories could benefit from the assistance of this program.
Yeah, but when I think about or see the word facade improvement, my idea is probably is to help them make their facility nicer, beautiful, right? And with permitting or waiving the permit fee, I mean, how much they're going to save and how much will they put in their facade? Because we don't want them to absorb that cost and not do anything to have to make their look to their building or their facility look beautiful. So that's the facade improvement that I was hoping that we just help them, either providing some kind of resources, some subsidizing. That will possibly what we want to achieve, but by offsetting the permitting fee, I don't know how we can mandate that. They have to save the money here, but put on your facade improvement.
So Councilman, that is the program that we have now, and the largest hurdle to that has been the prevailing wage requirement. So because they're not taking advantage of it because of that concern, where else can the funds go towards still allowing them to advance their facade update? And that can be to design costs. Each one of, other than a simple application of paint, usually it involves a design professional when they're looking at doing a facade upgrade. So, and it could touch multiple things, not just the facade of the building. It could touch signage, it could touch landscaping, it could touch back of house elements like a trash enclosure or parking lot improvements and striping. But if it's at the point of application, it's going to trigger prevailing wage. If it's at the point of design, it may not. And it does not at the point of offsetting permit fees. So it is a smaller amount, but it is still a form of assistance. And we're just trying to apply all tools that we can.
How much budget do we have for this? I think last time I heard it's about 500,000.
It was under 250,000 originally. Yeah, that was moved over from COVID assistance.
For
economic
the
assistance,
latest
yeah,
adopted
sorry.
budget, it is $100,000 on an annual basis.
$100,000 from our operating expense. We only offering $100,000.
That's what is included in the adopted budget. $100,000 in commercial facade assistance that's been programmed.
So we reduced that amount in adopted budget because I think that was at one point was way more than 100,000.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director, the recurring amount in the budget has stood at $100,000. The amount that Fran was referencing was a one-time set-aside resulting from the COVID shutdown, so we called it the COVID Business Assistance Program. But that was a one-time deposit of funds. It was not a recurring source that existed.
Right.
Since then, that had gone unused, so it had been liquidated. But the budget still stands in the operating budget of the general fund at $100,000 each year.
Councilman, if I may, Adam Chaparian, I think I know what your desired vision is, that we go throughout the city, we find these strip malls or shopping centers, which, as Mrs. Santana mentioned, could use paint, awning, landscaping to enhance the beauty, and as a result, it'll attract, retain existing business and attract others. As I mentioned in the past, everything that we do every day in the city with our police and fire, landscaping, signage, creates the ecosystem environment which creates ideal conditions for business to thrive. What I'm hearing from you and I imagine the rest of council is we need to stay on this course. So what I would suggest is allow staff the opportunity to expand on these options and bring you a package which would give you some options and opportunities, which may also, as we get into our next budget cycle, if the council desires to do some more large-scale projects, that would entail significantly higher resource allocation than the 100,000 that we have in place. We also have to maintain balance and some sort of equity among the business community. As Mrs. Santana has mentioned, and Fran and others, certainty is what businesses want, and that's what we provide through expedited plan check, being able to be responsive to the needs. But I think there's more we can do, and we can also look at other neighboring communities and benchmark to other cities who have implemented similar programs and bring back a menu of options for your consideration. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think our focus should be for the small businesses, not like large corporations. I don't think they need any subsidies. So
Which we've done. We've done the bait, and that's an option through Hadrian's efforts and Sony Honda Mobility. But if council's desired direction is we target X amount or something outside of a multinational corporation, then we could definitely focus our efforts on those.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that may be my hope that we support small businesses that really need help rather than going to the large, or possibly both. But I mean, for $100,000, go ahead.
I was just going to chime in on that too. Yeah, recently I have had inquiries from smaller businesses that have asked do we have any kind of grant programs or things like that. So there are needs out there for small businesses that we could look at the bait is kind of the larger, and then look at something that's more customized to small.
And right, I totally agree. I think small businesses, especially the one that are on the front of Hawthorne Boulevard, on the very open, very visible locations. So probably reach out to them and help
Yeah.
them to fit well with the characteristics of the streets and something like to that nature.
Agreed.
That will be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani, you got a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. Motion to accept and file the Economic Development Update Report. That's amazing, by the way. Thank you, everyone. And to just relook at bait seems to be working, but also expand options to the commercial facade improvement program to include possibly lowering or waiving city fees as well. It's an incredible program. Also consider increasing the budget, quite honestly.
Do we need
That's
to add for
possible as
small
well.
businesses any
For small
thresholds? Do
businesses,
we need
yeah.
to?
Well, that's why I separated the two. The bait is for larger businesses and the commercial
think that's-
facade to be for
Message received.
smaller
That's
businesses.
council's desire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. 10A, 10B. 10B from the City Manager and Finance Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, good evening. Irene O'Neill, Staff Assistant in the City Manager's Office. Agenda item 10B is a recommendation from the City Manager as well as the Finance Director to adopt a resolution opposing the Los Angeles County Essential Services Restoration Act, which is a proposed countywide sales tax measure, and to authorize a letter opposing Assembly Bill 1768. Excuse my voice today. On February 10th, 2026, the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors advanced a proposal to place a 0.5% countywide sales tax measure on the June 2nd, 2026 ballot. If approved by voters, this tax will be in effect through October 1st, 2031, and would apply to all taxable retail transactions throughout the county, including within the city of Torrance, marking up the overall sales tax rate in the city of Torrance from 10.25% to 10.75%. The county has indicated that the purpose of this measure is to help offset significant federal funding reductions, particularly in healthcare and public health services. However, it is important to highlight that the measure is legally structured as a general tax. This means that all revenues generated would be deposited into the county's general fund and may be used for any governmental purpose, regardless of the stated intent. While the county has provided a proposed spending plan that focuses largely on healthcare-related services, those allocations are not legally binding and remain subject to change through the county's annual budgeting process. In other words, future county boards would have full discretion to reallocate those funds for other purposes. If the county's intent were to ensure that the funding is dedicated exclusively to healthcare, the measure could have been structured as a special tax, which would legally restrict how those funds are used, as opposed to the current general tax. From a city perspective, this raises important fiscal considerations. Cities within Los Angeles County, including Torrance, already contribute significantly to county-wide revenue measures. However, historically, the allocation of those funds back to the cities does not reflect the proportion of revenue generated within each jurisdiction. For example, based on prior county-wide measures, such as Proposition A and C, as well as measures R and M, the city of Torrance has typically received approximately 20% of the revenue generated within the city. This means that a substantial portion of a locally generated tax revenue is redistributed elsewhere in the county. Additionally, the implementation of a countywide sales tax of this nature reduces the city's future flexibility to pursue locally controlled revenue measures where the city would retain 100% of the revenues generated. The measure does not include the creation, the measure does include the creation of a 9-member citizen oversight committee. However, this committee would serve strictly as an advisory capacity only. It would not have the authority to determine spending priorities, direct staff, or make binding decisions regarding how funds are allocated. In summary, the proposed measure would increase sales tax rate across Los Angeles County, including Torrance, while placing revenues into the county's general fund without legally enforceable restrictions on how those funds may be ultimately used. At the same time, cities like Torrance are likely to contribute significantly more in revenue than they receive in direct services or in reinvestment, and the proposed oversight structure does not provide meaningful control over spending decisions. A formal position would allow the city to communicate its perspective to regional partners, policymakers, and residents regarding the potential impacts of the proposed measure. For these reasons, staff recommends that City Council adopt a resolution opposing the Los Angeles County Essential Services Restoration Act and AB 1768, as well as authorizing a letter communicating the city's position. This concludes staff presentation, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone. Get 2 minutes per speaker. I don't see any. Do we have any questions from the council? Oh, Councilman Gerson.
Do you happen to know what the current Orange County sales tax is?
Councilmember Irene O'Neill, staff assistant. No, not on the top of my head.
I believe it's 7.75.
And what is the current LA County sales tax rate?
10.25.
I think that's my point.
Okay. All right. Let's see. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2026-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, opposing the Essential Services Restoration Act, Los Angeles County General Sales Tax Measure, and opposing Assembly Bill 1768, County of Los Angeles Transactions and Use Tax.
Motion to adopt resolution 2026-28 opposing the Essential Services Restoration Act in Los Angeles County and Assembly Bill 1768.
Second.
Start voting, please.
And that includes an authorized letter to oppose the Assembly Bill?
Yes, it does.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to agency agendas. We will now recess to Torrance City Council and reconvene as the Public Housing Agency Board of Commissioners. We'll call the Public Housing Agency meeting to order at 10:23 p.m. Agency Secretary, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. One moment, please. Member Gerson,
I'm here.
Member Kaji,
Here.
Member Kalani,
Present.
Member Lewis,
Here.
Member Matucci,
Here.
Member Sheikh,
Present.
Chair Chen.
Present. Agency Secretary, was the agenda posted on the public notice board?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. This was posted on the city's website and on the posting board on Monday, March 16th.
Thank you, Agency Secretary. At this time, do any of my agency colleagues have a motion to approve the minutes of November 4th, 2026 under item 3?
So moved.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now move to oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Public Housing Agency. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, the Board of Commissioners cannot act on items raised during the public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. No longer than 2 minutes per speaker. If presenting handout material to the Public Housing Agency, please provide 11 copies to the staff before speaking. Are there any members of the public that wish to be heard on this item? All right. Just want to make sure I read this. Okay, then we'll move on. Now is the time and the place for the public hearing on agenda item 6A, a recommendation of the Deputy Executive Director that City Council, sitting as the Board of Commissioners for the Public Housing Agency, PHA, of the City of Torrance, conduct a public hearing on the 2026 annual PHA plan, consider any testimony received during the hearing and approve the 2026 PHA plan, and authorize signatures on the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development PHA certifications as attached to the plan. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. Good evening, Your Honorable Chair and members of the Torrance Public Housing Agency. Michelle Ramirez, Deputy Executive Director. A public hearing is being held tonight for citizen input on the city's Public Housing Agency annual plan for the period of July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. The City of Torrance has administered a Section 8 rental assistance program since 1977, assisting low-income senior citizens, disabled persons, and families in affordable, safe, decent, and sanitary housing. Section 511 of the Quality Housing and Work Responsibility Act of 1998 created the Public Housing Agency plans, which consist of a 5-year plan and an annual plan. The city's current 5-year Public Housing Agency plan covers the period July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2030. The annual plan covers each incremental year of the 5-year plan and includes the city's Public Housing Agency's policies, programs, operations, and strategies for meeting local housing needs and goals. HUD provides an electronic template to be used in preparing and submitting a Public Housing Agency plan. In the next fiscal year, the Torrance Public Housing Agency plans to continue administering the Section 8 program, the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Voucher Program, and the Stability Voucher Program, focusing on increasing the lease-up within each program. Additionally, the Torrance Public Housing Agency plans on continuing the administration of the Emergency Housing Voucher Program until the funding for this program ends, which is currently anticipated late July. It is being recommended that a public hearing be held tonight for citizen input on the annual Public Housing Agency plan, again covering the period July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, and following said public hearing, approve said plan and authorize signatures on the required standard HUD certifications and for submittal to HUD. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right. We'll now convene the public comment on this matter. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? I don't see any. Does any member, just want to make sure I got this right. Does any member of the council?
Board.
I was looking at this because it says, does any member of the public that did not sign up wish to speak? I don't see any. Does any board member have questions for the staff? Okay. If no other board member wishes to be heard, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Make a motion to close
the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Sounds like we're losing steam here.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. I would like to thank you all for the participation, ask my colleagues for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting of the Public Housing Agency of the City of Torrance, please.
We have to vote first.
Oh, did I? Does the board wish to take action on this matter? I guess I am fading out, huh?
I make a motion to approve the 2026 annual City of Torrance Public Housing Agency Plan.
Second.
And does that include authorizing the signatures and submittal of the plan?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Thank you.
Yes.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Do any of the directors or officers have anything to report to the agency at this time? I don't see any. I'd like to thank all of you for participation and ask my colleagues for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting of the Public Housing Agency of the City of Torrance, please.
Moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
We'll now reconvene the City Council at 10:31 p.m. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments not on the agenda. Under Ralph and Brown Act, Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communications are limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 2 minutes per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies. Do we have any members of the public wish to speak? Please step up to the microphone.
Hi, is it on? Is the mic on? Hello. Michelle Brooks, I'm a resident of Torrance in the 5th District, and I just wanted to add comments. Just the last few weeks, I've been hearing about this hillside overlay over and over and over again, and the frustration and the anger that is coming out, which I think you saw displayed earlier this evening. So, you know, I would ask if there would perhaps be an opportunity to convene some type of meeting so that more discussions can possibly happen to really clarify some of the issues that were raised, so that we can just allow some of these residents to really discuss things because of it is part of their livelihood, you know, these homes and just the issues where you have someone building a dream home and you have someone else feeling like they're living a nightmare. And it's just gotten to a real tipping point. And I don't know, too, if that Torrance is a charter city, if that can help at all with trying to usurp local control again over some of these issues. I know we're stuck with a lot of the things from state law, but I would just really ask the council to look at some way that we can have some greater dialogue and help to cool down the temperature on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe we're down to the council oral communications at this point. All right. What's the order today? Councilwoman Lewis?
Good night, everyone. It's been a long day, but a great day. We've got a great new piece of art in District 2. Don't be jealous. With the great artist, Robert Vargas. And if you have time to go see it, please do so.
All right. Who's next?
Matucci.
Councilman Matucci.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I also want to address some of the comments that were made earlier because this is something that we've been fighting for many, many, many years. The 8 years that I've been, almost 8 years that I've been here, the hillside overlay has become one of those things to where California is chipping away at it, not necessarily the city of Torrance. But I think the residents deserve to know exactly what we're doing, which for the most part, I think we are pretty transparent in that aspect. But I really do think we need to have a more in-depth conversation about the hillside overlay and also some of the other housing bills that constantly keep on showing up in legislature. But having said that, I think it's time to bring back an item to discuss our hillside overlay ordinance, and also talk about possible ways that we can strengthen the building and safety requirements, if that's even an option. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that our hands are tied, but I really do feel that Sacramento is putting a lot of restrictions, and so I would like to bring back an item to discuss options, if anything, clarify some of the concerns. I mean, we heard, we're here to listen to what people's concerns, and I think we need to address some of their concerns and clarify, a path. Now, if there is a path, I think all of us on here are in favor of looking at that path. I'm not going to hold my breath on it, but I'm very, very excited to hopefully bring back something that we can actually openly discuss what options we may or may not have. So I'd like to ask for concurrence to bring something back so we can all talk about it.
I'm gonna make sure I count. I think
You think you got?
I think I have 7 thumbs.
All right,
So
we got-
it'll come back as a future item.
Yes, Mayor, we'll bring back an item for council consideration to cover all the requested
Okay.
components.
Yeah, we'll discuss in public.
Yes,
Everybody
we'll
can
notify,
hear.
we'll advertise, and we'll invite the public, and we'll set that up.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
right, and Mayor, if I have one more ask, if I may.
Okay.
Residents love to have parties. A lot of people live in places that don't have enough space to have parties. So what do? We go to the park. I know that there's a cost to maintaining our parks and everything else. I just think with the I guess I'll say the amount of taxes and living expenses that people experience, I really like for us to explore with council concurrence a way that we can maybe waive the park rental fees for Torrance residents. I know they're not a lot, but it might be a lot for some. I know that $200, I believe it's about $200, $204, I think it comes out to rent a few park benches. I really do think with the state of the economy and everything else, I think it's a little bit we can do to hopefully give some kids a birthday party that they may not be able to have because of finances. So I'd like for us to maybe bring back an item to discuss waiving rental fees, still keeping the deposits as a security deposits, the refundable security deposits that we normally do, but also charging for non-residents, charging the regular rate. But yeah, that's something that I'd like to discuss.
Councilman, City Manager, I would recommend requests of this nature be incorporated in our budget deliberation process, since it will have
Okay.
implications and trade-offs to consider.
Okay, and I mean, I don't know if we want to take it to the Parks and Rec.
That would be another option to
Okay, yeah, maybe
refer
if,
for
yeah, maybe
additional
if
input.
we can bring it to Parks and Rec, start from there, and if we get concurrence, bring it there and see how it goes from that point on. So I would ask council concurrence to bring back an item to Parks and Rec to discuss possibly waiving the rental fees for a few park benches for our Torrance residents. Anybody?
I'm thinking, and just to add on there, I think having that reservation fee which maybe we can reduce it but not eliminate it because it keeps folks responsible for caring for the part that they're renting.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we have a security deposit. That's, we still have a couple $100 security
Well,
deposit.
I mean, then there's maintenance involved, there's cleanup involved. Maybe we can reduce the fee, but I'm,
Maybe we should let Park and Rec to explore that.
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea too.
I mean, we can look at all options. I mean, I just think $200 is a hefty price tag if you're, if you're a family living in one of our, units that are expensive, if you have a couple kids, a couple parties, it can add up real quick. I just think it's a little bit that the city can do to give back to our community, even if it's something small like that, but it can mean a lot to some kids.
so your concurrence is to explore it.
To explore, yeah. No, we're not, yeah.
Explore it by the Park and Rec.
Park and Rec Commission, yes, sir.
Mayor, Council Ian Daly, if I may, real quick.
Yeah.
Finance Director, to remind the full council as well, something that was recently approved as part of the first quarter budget review report was funding a full fee study citywide. So the council will, in reasonably short order, it'll be after adopting the budget, be considering all of the fees across the entire city. And maybe as part of weighing increases or decreases, that could be a decrease off, but set by other areas potentially. But every fee will be considered at that point as well.
Yeah, last time we did that, though, there's so many darn fees to look at. I mean, it does get lost in it. But yeah, I don't know. However you guys want it. I just wanted to bring that forward because it's been on my mind for a little while. That, sometimes there's those little things that we can give back to the community
Councilman,
that aren't a big line item,
If the desire is to create some sort of subsidy, I would recommend we send it to the Parks and Rec Commission.
Sure.
Again, making something more accessible will create a demand factor, which will then create additional cost to the city. I know your intent is to help families in need.
Yeah.
I think there's a way we can design that, where it's maybe income-based or some mechanism for Torrance residents to account for that. And then we can include that in our fee, because once you tweak one fee, that has an impact somewhere else. But if the desire of the council is to study it further, the recommendation to go to Parks and Rec Commission for feedback, and then if their desire is to recommend council consider this, then we can incorporate in our fee and budget process.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at all, and I mean, that's the whole idea, is to have an item to discuss so that we can come up with different variations that might work
And there's probably
better.
communities out there have similar programs that we can.
Yeah. I just think $204 to rent a park for a birthday party is a little hefty price tag for people that are already contributing to our economy. I don't know.
Well, let me clarify. Do you still want to ask for concurrence, or we're going with something else?
Well, I think it's concurrence to take it to, I'd like to ask concurrence to look at different options from the Park and Recs Commission, if that's the route we want to take.
Okay, let me see if there are enough thumbs.
Do we have enough thumbs? Nope.
I see 2.
Okay. All right.
Okay, no concurrence.
All right.
We can always discuss as part of the fee structure
Unless I
when it
missed
comes
one.
back. Thank you.
No,
Okay. All right.
it gets lost.
Should we move on? Do you have any more?
Nope, I'm done.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
Since thinking about all these concurrents, why don't we have Planning Commission to look at the hillside ordinance as well, right?
Your Honorable Mayor, Council, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, we already did the presentation at the Planning Commission level, so it would be more appropriate for it to come to the City Council now.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Just want to warn everybody that I'm going to say no to adjourn to the committee.
Oh, so you're going to stay here
Just wanna
tonight.
let
That's
you
okay. You can stay here tonight.
Just want
I
to
think
let
you
you
might
know
have a
that.
guest.
Don't be surprised.
Councilman Gerson.
Good night.
Councilman Kaji.
And goodbye.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to wish those people around the world celebrating Eid or the new year, I wish you peace and a new beginning. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. And within the last 7 days, I think we had two big events in the city of Torrance we talked about. The grand opening, the ribbon cutting of Sony Honda Mobility, a FILA in the city of Torrance. And then this morning, we had the unveiling of the Samurai of the Diamond. Thank you, our city residents, for staying with us. And there's still more to come for the city of Torrance. At this moment, I'll take a motion to conclude this evening's meeting.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, April 7th, 2026 at 5 p.m. for closed session with regular business commencing at 6:30 p.m. in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber. Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 is a city council dark night.
I second all that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Shake voting no.
Okay, good night.